Yang ke-8 kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner-winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih, tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah, supaya dapat bonus poin yang tinggi. So, overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good dah lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้หรอกนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายอินฟินขอแต้มเป็นแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami, #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian gifts. Guardian gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up reservation chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. Two paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa Map is finally here. With a size of only 1x1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back to the weekend show, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Gates, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Clark, together with the amazing Choo Choo beside me. And before we begin our show, looks like Choo Choo's really hyped up for it, but we're also hyped up for our official smartphone partner, Realme. And of course, this is the GT Neo 3 that comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and together with a dedicated display chipset. And not to forget as well, official livestream partner TikTok, hashtag Be The One, TikTok challenge. Join in now and you'll probably be featured. Don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile page as well. PUBG Mobile Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And if you're just like us, we ordered our drinks through GrabFood, which is also our official food delivery partner. 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. And now, we'll be starting our game really soon. I'm so excited for the weekend show.
Woo! Woo! That's all I can say today, because right now, We're down to 2 more days when it comes to getting the league done and dusted. We're in the middle of everything. And speaking of which, last week ended up with a lot of ties in top 6.
Oh, yeah.
Number one, tie number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so is it going to be the same ending for this week?
Well, they're looking hot right now. That's what I can say. Even TEM Entertainment is currently number 1. And remember last week we were always rooting for, was it TEM Entertainment to get that chicken dinner?
Finally.
Yes. And they got 2 chicken dinners so far this week.
Finally.
So amazing stuff coming in from the ties again.
Mm.
But we also saw the rise of Geek Fam doing not bad this week.
Yeah, but and also there are still teams that haven't had a bit of a taste of chicken, including BN United in this case. Oh, BN United. Just doing BN United stuff, I guess.
Well, there will still be opportunity. There will still be opportunity. We still have 10 more games to go before we wrap up the week again, and then we will find out who will receive those bonus points. And what's going to be important is that coming into week 3, there are some teams will be fighting for their lives to get into the grand finals.
Literally we're fighting for their spot here. We're talking about some teams that might actually being left behind. But before we get into the start of a weekend show here today, definitely you guys just join us. This is for you. For the Southeast Asia Championship Fall League, which is going on right now, will end on 16th of October. Which today is already the 8th of October, where we're going to play 5 matches per day, and only the top 16 will qualify to get themselves in the grand finals for 3 days straight from the 21st to the 23rd of October, where they're going to play 6 matches per day to just get themselves a 5 slot into the PMGC.
And of course, it's not only about the slot, but it's also about the moolah. 200,000 US dollars on the line, and of course, this prestigious trophy. And the point system, nothing has changed. Winner chicken dinner will receive 15 points, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points, fifth place 6 points, sixth place 4 points, seventh place 2 points, 8 to 12 1 point, 13 to 16 will not take home any points, and as usual, 1 elimination per point.
Now, how the system is going to work this time is going to be the same like last season and the recent ones. It's going to be the weekly bonus point where they will be awarded based on their placement, starting from the 20th place to the first place. But the points going to be contradict for a bit. Like your first place got the 20 points, the 20th place got 1 point. You get how it works. For the league points, the points are awarded for overall league stage ranking later on, where the total bonus point is going to be the accumulation of both weekly and also league bonus point. While the initial points means the bonus point they got and the total bonus previously will drop into the grand final Southeast Asia later.
Well, we'll be dragging our teams into the game today. So Group A, we have the Xavier, 4 rivals, Buriram United, TEM Entertainment. In Group B, the Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance. Group C, Ego Esports, FaZe Clan, NFT Esports, SEM9. Group D, we have GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, Vampire Esports. In Group E, we have Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, and SLD.
But for the weekly rankings in week number 2, day number 3, yesterday's ended up wrap things up really strong for this week for TEM Entertainment. But Infinity, you guys know the drill here. It's going to be all the ties to the first page. Except for Vampires, I'm not surprised if they pushed up into the first page as well by end of today or end of tomorrow. But the others, there are some teams that seems like having a bit of a same momentum. In this case, it's going to be Box Gaming at the bottom instead of BN United. So BN United a bit late to the game if you compare to the first week. But right now they're doing okay in the middle bracket. But the Malaysian teams otherwise, then Geek Fam and Yoodo Alliance. Last week DBD was pretty okay, but this week 4 rivals SEM9 still in the same spot. And especially 4 rivals though. 4 rivals seems like they swap places with Geek Fam here.
Yeah, I know, right? Geek Fam currently on first page. We're already 3 digits. So that's good. So far, so okay for them. But definitely they'll be looking to go up a little bit more. But a comeback team, the Xavier, number 3 at this moment. And they're doing not too bad, I must say. The amount of rank points that they've gotten is just below TEM Entertainment. Second most out of everyone else. So they're doing not too shabby. So far, so good. Pretty nice comeback here for the Xavier so far.
And at the same time, the one that we're looking over is going to be Ego Esports, since they are quite decreasing when it comes to performance in week number 2. But if you compare with SLD, this is the only Vietnam team with the most consistency if you look at as a region as a whole. But also, speaking of another region, we do have coming up from the Indonesian. Alter Ego has been really incredible, but Boom has it better for this week. I mean, like last week, Boom did actually secure a lot of chicken still, but like 1 or 2. I think it's more towards 1. And Alter Ego been performing more consistent, but they have a better overall rankings. But this time, Boom really show what they can deliver to us singers for TEM Entertainment. Even though last week, the only Thai team didn't land any chicken for them.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like they got fueled by whatever happened last week. It's like, okay, we can't take this anymore. All our other same countrymen got their own chicken dinner. Nope, we're gonna come back in with a chicken dinner, and my oh my, 2 chicken dinners so far for TEM Entertainment. Not only 2 chicken dinners, but they are currently sitting at the #1 spot. But for Boom, my oh my, this is a clutch here by Yummy, a 1-4 that we just saw recently with a shotgun, and it is against GIDS. This is not a small team that got a clutch against.
Yeah, but just remind yourself what really happened. Even the PMRC Yummy clutch a big one, and Okta clutch against Infinity, the entire team. So I guess when it comes to Boom, they are better when it comes to 1v4, 1v2 teams. I'm not surprised at this point. It's always Boom. Caught these flashy plays and flashy clutches.
Yeah, the other day was another Boom player as well, clutching it against the Infinity, and this time it had to be Yummy stealing away the highlights. But let's focus in onto Sanhok. So far, these are the teams to watch inside of it. GIDS, the Infinity, Geek Fam, and Yoodo Alliance. I'm not gonna lie here, the Infinity, they are still a solid team, whatever that happens inside of Sanhok or in other maps.
I mean, like last week we did, and like whenever Thai teams coming into our mind, it's like, what can we do to defeat these guys? Like, it's almost impossible to take them down. But I'm loving the fact that this time in Sanhok we do have a mixture of especially Malaysian teams, 2 teams there. But we're talking about players to focus. Now, this is gonna be the teams or the players. They're actually running for full MVP, for the entire FMVP here, which is gonna be Tony K. We do know this name. I'm surprised there's no Mela in this, but definitely is going to be there somewhere. When it comes to damage, it's still going to be Tony K. But elimination is more to the side of Newsy, which won the highest right now, 78. But I'm surprised that assist is also Newsy, actually.
Well, looks like he assists himself, he eliminates himself, being the perfect player. But what's going to be perfect is our schedule as well. You probably know this by now. Nothing has changed. So this is according to the +8 GMT. If you're in a different time zone, you might want to adjust it accordingly. We're going to start off in Sanhok, play 2 Miramars back-to-back and 2 Erangels back-to-back. But as usual, it's going to be a rolling schedule for our groups. The groups are going to rotate. We're going to take a break after Miramar for the Maghrib break. And after that, a short break after the first Erangel. So mark your moments during those timings, because those are the times where you can jump into Nusa and enjoy a game or 2.
Now, you mentioned about if you happen to be in a different region entirely, and the time zone different, right? What happens if they're from different planet?
Ooh.
What kind of time zone they use?
As far as I know, if you're further away from the sun or the moon or the sun, yeah, the calendar becomes longer.
How sure are you? But
I
right
have to
now,
fact check my science
we're
there.
definitely sure about Nusa Map. Now, definitely you guys have the exhibition only when it comes to the first week and the weekends. We had that show match before. It was a really fast game. I mean, like that double when you play it with the players. It was like, a 10-minute chicken that time. But if you guys play it, we do know that you guys have it takes to be a professional player, because you can end this map within 5 minutes only, because it's just 1 by 1 kilometers. You guys saw the ads just now giving facts about how much per square kilometer of a player they actually occupy when it comes to 1 to 1 kilometers, with 32 only players going to be in that map.
Yeah, I played a bit of Nusa and I really like it because the terrain is very strategic, so just try it out there. But what else you should try as well is the RPM 15 that's currently available right now. Comes together with the Clairvoyant Fox set, together with the Midas Fortune set. So don't forget to get your new Royal Pass. Play it through, gather levels, gather points to get maximum value out of your Royal Pass set right now.
What did the fox say?
Ding, 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 ding.
Ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding. But what will the Swan set say? Because it's going to be a Spectral Swan set and Cosmic Inquisitor set. Come on, guys. You guys know how the drink goes. I mean, like, this is going to be every single day for the next couple of weeks. I don't know, but the whole 3 weeks is going to mention the same thing now. If you don't know what set is this, I have no clue where you're at or which planet you're on. And but this is definitely going to be yours to grab with the ultimate set, the first time ever with the double ultimate set. And also, speaking of sets and also cash, this is going to be you guys to win over for once in a lifetime of your chance to get into the PMSC 2022 if you manage to squeeze yourself in the qualifiers of PMCC 2022. Just register right now. This is going to be the last call for you guys. And it's going to be a hashtag one squad, one goal. I'm not sure about your goals, but definitely your goal want to get yourself in PMPL in the future. And this is one of the pathway to get into it.
Yeah, make sure you're 16 years old and above. As long as you're still studying, you can join in and look at this new set. Someone was telling me about it yesterday. I haven't really had a chance to really look at it, but now looking at the poster, True Speed, Real Attitude, and this is the new vehicle set that you can get inside the game. So before this, there was like collaboration with certain brands, but this time, this is original only inside of PUBG Mobile. You don't want to miss out on all these collections.
You know what? At the left side, the second last of the golden car, I just drove through a car with the same golden wrap just now.
Wow.
That was like literally feels like a deja vu for me.
Oh my god.
If you want to ask my manager, you can actually ask him. That is exactly the yellow golden wrapping. It was a metallic yellow wrap as well as I remember. It's not a matte. I do love the matte more when it comes to the wrap of a car. But hey, speaking of the cars and everything, we're going to talk about our prediction. Today, my prediction will be based on my managers. I don't know why he put TEM Entertainment. Maybe he's rooting for TEM Entertainment since last week they didn't get any chicken. So maybe this week, every day, they're going to land themselves a chicken.
I'm going to give a disclaimer again.
Yes.
My predictions throughout the day is by production.
Okay, production.
Yeah, so
we do know how much you jinx the teams, and usually they will be eliminated early when they call the production.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to take the responsibility. I pass the responsibility to production. And if anything happens to Geek Fam, it's their fault, guys.
Yeah.
To all you Geek Fam fans, it's their fault. Just say
So when you live a life, you have to make sure that you always not to be the one blamed. So always try to point. You know how you play games like it's never your fault?
Yeah.
You learn it a good way.
You blame it on lag, you blame it on your teammates.
It's always somebody else's. You're always right. You're the most righteous person in this universe because you matter to us. You guys watching at home. Especially right now, we're going to head into Sanhok for our first match of the day. We don't have Group B, if I'm not I think, when we start off.
Yep.
Yeah? So Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance not going to play. Especially, it's a good news. We do know how Infinity can be a monster and how it's going to be a pain in the back when they just backstab you all the way. So we talked about Sanhok before. We do know Cam Alpha are going to be crowded. Cam will be in the centralized circle again. You know how much some teams love to try the luck there. But also, speaking of circles, a lot of circles are really unexpected lately.
Yeah, give us an even more unexpected one. I still remember back in PMPL Season 3, there was a circle in the areas of docks, and you know that opening just below cave, yeah, that area. And that's that small island that was the final circle. I hope we see some kind of wonky circle like that again. That would be super interesting. But hey, what kind of circles that you like? Tell us in the comment section. We'd like to know from you as well as we head on to Sanhok.
That's how you actually remember. You do know the game started. I know it's a bit, I don't know, a bit cheeky with the sound. I'm like, we've only like, instead of it's gonna be boom, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be more booming stuff.
You know, if they implement that next season or something, you know,
it's gonna be from us.
Yeah, everything's coming from us. You know, we're doing so many ideas.
Map. They came out a new map.
I know, right?
I mean, like, we have so much value here, Cloud.
I know, right?
We're so incredible.
I know, right? We are. And you're so beautiful.
Oh,
thanks. Well. Yeah.
You're beautiful in your own way.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go for Nakam towards the side of Mongna. I do have Kamal for only 2 teams this time instead of 3. But it all depends on the circle. We do know always reason one. A circle comprises of all 3 islands. So hopefully that's the case, yeah, it definitely is. I have a feeling we might end up maybe on top of Kori or on the outskirts of Hainan.
I don't trust this circle, you know. It's like, yeah, it's giving you that, okay, we're going to have like a circle that ends up in the main peninsula, but all of a sudden it goes on to the Sami Island or the Ruins Island. But that'll be fun though. I'm not complaining about that as a viewer.
I mean, like, circle is sort of a relationship in your life.
Wow.
that it gives you so much good things at first.
Wow.
But when you're addicted to it, it stops texting you and start ghosting you.
Wow.
Like how a relationship does.
Wow.
But never trust a circle.
Wow.
That's my advice to you guys watching it.
From personal experience?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting. I got a lot to learn.
Okay, we're talking about TEM Entertainment 4 Rivals. Now, it's going to be a really fancy one because while 4 Rivals really loves to fight, TEM Entertainment is on the top of a chart right now, and 4 Rivals just square one. Wait, get out. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Holy smoke! He got cornered. He got circled to square one. And he managed to slip down.
Somebody got to give him brownie points for that. He still managed to get 2 knocks when everyone was charging at him.
If only he finished off straight into 1 point.
Yeah, if only his teammates were there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because he only got 2.
He doesn't have to have the whole roster. Just one more is more than enough.
Yeah, probably. One more person gets another 2, and that will be insane clutch against 4 Rivals.
I mean, like, not going against anything against 4 Rival, but that was 4v1. They cornered him. It just shows how witty Onzen can actually get. But TEM Entertainment losing a lot of men. I mean, like, this is not my prediction, so I can put the blame on my manager.
Ooh, disclaimer.
He predicted TEM Entertainment, and they got only 2 members left.
I do like this bag, though, I'm just saying. I haven't seen much of this bag. In fact, it's the first time of me seeing it, especially live. I'm not too sure which
I don't know, this bag kind of reminds me of a We Are board.
Oh, yeah! Now that you mentioned it.
It feels like something evil that's going to come out from her.
Spirit of the coin, spirit of the coin.
I'm going to put it as like a fake name or like a Jumanji game.
You know, we got a lot of topics about black magic nowadays. But, yeah.
I don't want to even start.
Nothing to do with that. But we're going to enjoy this.
Onzens again! Oh, that was so good. Look at how he just came out like that.
Yeah, like the confidence level of him trying to put them into the choking point and spraying with his AK. But anyway, that is definitely the most that he can get out of that situation. Like, by the time he finishes spraying, he needs to reload. There's nothing much he can do if it's 4v1 in that situation anyway.
But he did a lot. If only there's one more person, just a bit, even though it's far, it's going to work the best in that case scenario. But, well, things happen already. It's no use crying over spill milk. But back to the side of DBD. Now, DBD, the team that used to reign quite okay, not so much. When it comes to last week, at least the performance better last week.
They had some good moments, for sure.
Some.
But
not a lot, some. They've been quiet the first half of the week, though. Just saying.
Yeah. It took them a while for them to get into the game. But you guys don't take too long to get into the game. Of course, PMCC 2022 is happening. 40,800 ringgit on the line. Scan the QR code away. In case you miss it, it'll pop out again later. If not, if you're watching this on whichever live stream that you're watching, just, you can just, turn it back a little, rewind a little bit just to scan that and do register. 16 years old above only. If
you're below that, you still can enter, but maybe next year.
Yeah, you can start by playing Nusa, get yourself prepped.
Don't get used to Nusa, just saying. Maybe
fun, I like
if you want to train to be a pro player, it's best to actually focus on the Erangel first. If you get used to Nusa, you feel like, why this map is so big, And like, why the game's not ending yet? Why took this so long? So, if you really want to be a pro player, just master the knowledge of the map itself. It will help you when you try to defend or way to get offensive. Every nook and cranny, have a structure. Even a single tree can save you in a dire moment. And that's a bit dramatic, isn't it? Back towards the side of box gaming. Now, box gaming, I don't know if they've lost their touch. But this really just, this is not the box that we come on, this is box gaming. It used to be like one of the best teams out there in South Asia. But this is like not just fallen off the grave. This is straight fallen into the grave.
Are you going to say the same to teams like BTR?
I'm not saying it.
Okay.
It's not coming out from me.
But it is a different...
They have a big fan base. I don't dare to actually have a lot of people texting me later. What did you say just now?
I'm just putting out the question.
Yeah.
Just say it, just say it.
Is
But-
it a question or a statement?
No, it's a question.
You.
I was like, are you saying about, you want to say something about BTR? No, it's a question.
I didn't say anything.
It came with a question mark at the end.
I'm not saying anything. You can't put words into my mouth. I'm not saying.
Of course, not yet, not yet. We have a lot of games to go, don't worry.
Okay, 4 rivals. Now, this is a thing that I actually have a chat before in the comment section where I actually watch the game with our viewers. We did mention regarding especially teams that really love fighting or their firepower is really strong. We're talking about 4 rivals specifically because they're so good at picking fights too early. If they're actually working out great, they just might as well secure the chicken for the day. But the problem with 4 rivals right now, they don't have one informant to be outside to give whatever information they can actually spectate from a higher ground vintage to relay back to the roster. And that caused the entire team having problems when they are trying to rotate in the transition of the Great Migration, including the 4th circle. And it caused the entire team to go down early. Now, I'm surprised if they're not trying to change anything when it comes to week number 2. We're down to 1 last week, and most of the teams playing right now don't even have the slot for PMGC yet. So they need to do something. I'm like, you said, don't fix something that's not broken. That's not broken for the Thai teams, definitely, but the others, definitely more than broken. More like 2,000 pieces of, smashed down. What's need to be fixed then for these guys?
Wow, you know what? You look right now like a lecturer inside of a lecture hall.
Yes,
like
I can see the production start to look at me as well, like, what's wrong with you today?
Yeah.
Is she okay?
We do have a caster
I
cam, though.
think some of you guys are kind of worried for me right now. Is she on something? I'm like, no.
You got black magic?
Oh.
No? Okay, just checking. Just checking, just
We're
checking.
having too much fun today.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's just the first game,
Hey, stop cracking the jokes, guys. I mean, like, we don't want to get sued later on. But okay, so far it's going to be still quiet. We do have teams coming out from some, and just now we saw a circle still comprises a lot of in the center, which comprises a lot of 3 islands entirely, but still majorly towards the ones on the main peninsula, which can be more towards the right side. We mentioned before Korean Pioneer. Now, if it ended up on top of Sanhok's quarry, now that's a risky one because of how steep the cliffs are. Yes. How can I help you, sir? Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, just for the benefit of our audience, she wasn't talking to me.
Yeah.
So just
I was
say,
talking the other side of the room.
That's why I
They were
didn't really
pointing
respond.
me. Something is wrong with her today. Why is she so hyper today?
Yeah, I think must be something in your drink earlier on.
Maybe I just miss you, Cloud.
Aww.
We haven't seen each other for a week now.
But you know who else I miss?
Who?
It's like our viewers. Just shouting out to our viewers out there. We know,
Oh, yeah.
we know that a lot of you are watching from India.
Yeah!
Yeah!
You guys, if you want to know, I have a lot of Indian friends. They always tell me to eat dosa masala. And we have a good place in Malaysia to actually eat that.
You can't beat the original Indian
No,
dosa.
that's the original place. I'm talking about authentic. They actually imported suppliers from India to actually make the dosa here. It's one of my favorite food in the entire world right now.
You know where? Speaking about India, I have this place in India that I'm really curious about that I always wanted to go.
Yeah.
It's called Nagaland.
Oh, what is it?
Yeah, it's on the northeast side of India towards the Himalayas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's a lot of that kind of like cultural thing there. Like people are very colorful. And yeah,
What
there's
do
a lot
you
of
mean when
culture.
people are, what
like
they're wearing?
cultural dressing is colorful. It kind of reminds me of if in Malaysia it's like in Borneo, that sort of like setting. But it's like in the Himalayas. It's pretty cool.
They have very unique of culture.
Yeah.
It's quite different from the others. Yeah, I always wanted to go to India one day. Even though I do have a friend who studied there medical, but it was a different place entirely. But I do have a wish to actually go there. Hopefully I get to see you guys too, just watching at home.
You know how?
How?
Hopefully PMGC is there.
Yeah, they should have made PMGC in
there.
India for once, really.
Yeah, and they invite us there to cast at the PMPL
Oh,
in
that was
India.
so great. I want to meet the Indian casters too. They're super, super nice. I have a lot of friends I played with a lot of games throughout the entire time. Most of them are actually coming up from India. And they're always like, very friendly. And most of the Indian players are really good as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's a lot of talents, abundance of talents, potential pro players down there. So you guys actually watching at home, if you are Indian and you love PUBG Mobile, take every opportunity you can get to be in the pro scene, because I know you guys are so good. I've seen these guys playing and they're just incredible. But back towards the game we go. Quiet. No team being eliminated yet. 16 teams still on the run. And the circle shrinks even further. The blue zone coming in. At the same time, who will actually have a few clashes, including the Xaviers, who's just around the corner. Now, speaking of the Xaviers, what changed if you compare them with last week?
Well, they stopped making common mistakes. So common mistakes like they got themselves sandwiched, they're put in a position where they can be backstabbed. And basically, it really sounds like the basic stuff if you're a pro team. So, but at the end of the day, those are the basic stuff that really punish you. And PUBG Mobile is a very punishing game. And the fact that they managed to fix that, they stopped doing that kind of stuff, that's what puts them in a good position.
Hey, don't laugh at me. I haven't been to the gym recently. I'm doing squats only, okay?
Okay. I think someone need to check your drink, Like, what's in that bottle that you have? I'm
too much
curious
coffee.
now.
I think I had too much coffee.
I wish it was only coffee.
I think
I hope it's only coffee.
I think my manager put something in my drink just now. He brewed me that coffee. So back to its Vampires, who's the only Thai team on the second page right now, taking the blue zone, Bacon Time and DBD as well, which right now TEM Entertainment fighting against DBD. Having a good start for side TEM Entertainment. But in the meantime, Jimmy, is this worth it? Like, he's quite a long distance shot there. Got down on the ass, so Mormon might actually be sprayed over. But the problem with DBD, they're far too apart from each other. Some of them actually in the blue zone, so they have to figure out how to rotate into the circle unharmed here.
I'm starting to wonder, are we cursing TEM Entertainment? When we cast?
You mean we or I?
Well, if you want to take it, I don't mind. But when we cast, the entire last week, they didn't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, maybe
and now
we
when
should
we
cast
start
the games.
You see, when we start casting again, like, they're in a tough position. Like,
If only there are days that TEM Entertainment not playing a whole day, then we can cast that game. I'm a bit panting right now because I just did, 10 squats.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, look at this circle. This is the circle that I like. It's tough. It's difficult.
This is ridiculous.
It's hard.
Well, we ended up on the northern side, or the southern part of the land. It will be in Camp Charlie. It will be Cave. We have no clue. If we ended up in Cave now, that's going to be really intriguing to watch. But for the teams there, who's not right inside, the one that actually got themselves placement first is going to be GDG Ideas. They got even themselves a huge upgrade of loot with airdrop. SLD in the center, NFT squeezing from the top side, which gonna just have a clash with FaZe. Well, we do have a box waiting for Ego Esports. They'll be the gatekeepers here. Box gaming against 4 rivals again. 4 rivals have been picking a lot of fights. They try to evade it, but they're just being sort of a magnet right now. All the teams just attracted to take them down.
Ooh, Razy goes down. And My Name P goes down as well. Boom, as well as Buriram United fighting somewhere else. But earlier when we saw the map, I really like the movement from Geek Fam. I'll break that down a little bit later if we have the opportunity. But now focusing on to Box Gaming, they are still on the outside of the circle. 4 rivals need to move as well. But speaking about movement, Kengzo moves in, gets 1 knock, and it's going to be another loss for Boom.
Kengzo got himself 1 point eliminations, but Boom, left, right, center, the bank corner. Smoke's been popped up for Yummy. Definitely, they got themselves quite inconsistent when it comes to this week, but the problem is their transition not being that safe either. FaZe taking on 4 rivals while Boom, Yummy. Finally got a first team out, which is going to be TEM Entertainment, but back to us, Buriram versus Boom. What a nice nade just now, but we only can knock down the entire team. Sky shredded his helmet with nothing else to work with. Nothing at all. We're talking about literally 0 on all utilities he had. This is going to be a huge problem if he actually whiffed at this.
Ooh, Ironside, M4, can he connect them? No, he can't. He'll be taken out instead, and it's going to be Boom having the upper hand, but Boom is not in the circle at this moment. Tiger needs to fend them off, and Tiger only has 1 first aid to work with. 1v3, Boom It's going to surround Tiger. Tiger with the DBS. 1 knockdown, 2 to go.
Ring around,
Tiger.
So close yet so far. Reiki trying to finish off wherever they're actually trying to prone down, but Buriram, they still have Kangzo and my name around the corner. Now Razy doesn't have enough time. Blue Zone closing in. Name coming in with the vehicle. It's going to just drive his bike right in the ring, and it's going to be a reverse situation. Buriram closing, cleaving down. Boom, end up with a splat ending. That's going to be the entire team eliminated here. We're down to only 13 teams left, while the teams that actually just won just now have a bit of a problem to actually get themselves inside of circle because they're still quite far to get into the safe zone.
Now I'm questioning, are we cursing Boom as well? But now Echo with the long range. Echo only has like what? A couple of first hits. Is that 2? Yeah, 2 first hits on the side of Echo. Long range on the GIDS. At the same time, for Echo to get across, he needs to swim. Like if he follows the regular route, 2 first hits might be okay, but he exposes himself to danger at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see what will he decide to do. Now as the zone closes in, we put our focus onto Geek Fam, who's in the circle, but the circle shifts towards the right.
Cave Circle. Let's go, everybody, as we have SLD approaching on the northern side. Ego Esports parked himself right on top of a cave. But the problem is, if it's going to be on top of cave, we do know how it's going to be a multi-terrain of levels. And GIDS coming up with only 2 players from the southern part. DBD taking some of them on the other end. They're just going to take a bit of a coastline moment, while Geek Fam tried to transition into the safe zone. But we saw how many teams coming out on the west side of the circle just now. It's going to be a bit of a problem to squeeze themselves in.
I'm really liking the movement from Geek Fam. The moment the circle pops, they don't hesitate. They grab their vehicles, they go straight into the circle. And it's in Sanhok. We don't often see vehicles, but they're like, hey, you know what? We just do it, YOLO in. And so far, they're doing quite good. But I can't say the same for Semna, unfortunately. Number 13, 4 elimination points for them.
Yep. Back to a Geek Fam. Crossing a bridge. They're going to move forward, but FaZe the one who got himself in a place where nobody can spot them out. Taking on Bensu. Box break. Is he the real MVP? Can he revive? His teammate being knocked down by FaZe Clan. We do know Tony K is on the run for FMVP. Definitely, they will try to shoot him down, all the other players, and finish off by the side of Tony K. I'm not sure what happened to SLD. Happened to be ambushed by another team entirely when they tried to transition himself in the circle. But right now, Break don't have a break at all. He needs to move forward, try to find himself covers, and also making sure Ben's going to stay alive for the next couple of minutes, because that's going to be the only partner he has right now, and he doesn't want to be alone.
Bacon time at the high ground. At least they have the high ground advantage, but as they move further forward, NFT will be waiting for them. DX is just far away, so that's not going to be an importance to Bacon time. But Bacon time... Okay, looks like Geek Fam seems to be in trouble though. Yuhai is at the bridge, about 20% of health. Not too sure why he ain't moving. Maybe he's been pinned down. And he seems to be all alone.
For now, wait for a bit. Ice. Try to make sure everything clear before the rest of the team move forward. But they spot out a Lamborghini. Spraying, what a beautiful crispy spray just now by the Xaviers. And they're straight moving forward, try to go for the rush, but they're leaving Frankie behind. Frankie said, I'm not in the car. Why are you guys leaving me out? Lamborghini and Duke's like, we don't care. We just need to get this elimination. They start to close into Shirty with the DBS. Lamborghini going for the high ground, taking the structures of the rock. Ooh. But it's not going to be enough with the DBS or Shirty. They don't move down. That's why you don't leave your man behind. And Frankie said, I told you so. Why didn't you go and take me into that fight?
Well, to be fair, the car only can bring 2. So, to be fair, there's not enough seats in the car. Like, at least Frankie knows that, you know, if anything happens, he's the one going to be left out. But SLD has a circle, has a compound, perfect location for them. As long as they can defend this area, they are still a full squad. They could probably be, they're in a good running to get the chicken dinner. But not forget about FaZe Clan. They're in a decent spot as well. The high ground just above cave, that is a good spot for them to come into the circle.
But at the same time, talking about SL, they got themselves the strongest compounder circle. Now, they got that sort of a stronghold, you can just play time. Well, side of Box Gaming finally give it all, and he couldn't make it with Only 10 teams left. Definitely for FaZe, they start to move forward where the rest of SLD are. But hopefully, they're not too late into the party. And definitely, they are not. If they can spot a couple of teams, they try to transition themselves into the circle. Now, NFC do have a bit of same spot of bacon time, but they need to cross that bridge. They need to get over where SLD at. And we do have Chuang waiting on the other corner while we have Ego Esports, Namshin, Spot out on FaZe. And this is where we don't want to be late the party because there's too many gatekeepers waiting at the edge of it.
Well, the only one wetting right now is Frankie because he's in the water, but he got eliminated, so he's no longer wetting there. But Rabbit is the one playing the healing game on behalf of D-Xavier. Now focusing onto the Eagles, they are on the outside of the circle as well. The zone will start to close in onto them. And they're putting focus on the FaZe Clan, the long range from Chua hits onto FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they're actually not too shabby. They're playing by the edge of the circle. Now the pressure is going to be on the Eagles.
Oh, they tried to push forward by the spot. Venturas are having a bit of a spot difficulty to just angle their sprays since there's so many structures and vegetations in between. Still trying to get one, but Eagle Esports goes down first with the pressure of the Blue Zone as well. Living out to the last member, try to revive here. But here comes an 8 from Lycan. Seems like a perfect angle. Just tosses around. It's going to be one down, one more last one to go. I'm not sure how many first 8 he has. It's going to be 8 for Namshin, but the 8 should just get him over and just go for a longer rotation, not facing FaZe Clan. He doesn't have the firepower.
I'm not too sure what his options are like. Looking at Buriram, is one of them waiting on the other side. FaZe Clan right in front of them. I think he'll just like go for the 8 first 8 healing game and see how far he goes. Maybe he can make himself to the top 5 if he's lucky enough.
Bye, Namshin.
Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Snissel.
Never mention it. Never mention it.
Caster's curse in effect.
Geek Fam right now exchanging fires towards the side of NFT, but I have to be extra careful because not going to be just one team looking over. SLD trying to take advantage on the other side. There you go. They start to move here with the one nade. Kind of hit a lot when it comes to the Geek Fam. Mika and also Snipes will be taken down by Chuang. And this is what we mentioned before. The moment they cross over, they have the gatekeepers coming up from SLD. They're going to have wiping off a Geek Fam Slayer. It's going to be SLD this time.
SLD had the compound in a good position. Snissel, on the other hand, 3 first 8s. That's going to be it for him. Probably a top 5 finisher for GIDS. And there's nowhere that he's going to go anymore. He's just going to run down his first 8s, and that's going to be about it. But at the same time, we can see that D-Xavier is still healing at this moment.
I'm not too distracting, am I?
I got to check your drink after this, but okay.
And after Drone is proning. SLD Chuang spot him out. He can just whip through. He can smell the fear. On the side of the Rabbit, I just have to hit one button and one button will survive till the end. That's all. We're down to 5 team. He has to make sure he can survive when it comes to top 3 and top 2. There's going to be a huge difference when it comes to placement ranking points. But Amsol's doing the same thing. He got more. He got 12 of them. And you know what? It's going to be healing game for anticlimactic ending.
Yeah, but wait a second. FaZe Clan is still in this with a full squad going up against SLD, so it's still going to be a fight. I'm not too sure if they will be able to see Arabis heal up to at least a second place finish because I think this fight might take a while. But the circle seems to favor SLD a little bit more, but FaZe Clan has a little bit of the circle as well, playing by the rim of it. Tony K at the forefront trying to detect where his opponents are at. SLD spread out 2 and 2. Rabis moving in, but that's going to be it for Rabis. He's out of first stage. But the fight is happening now. FaZe Clan SLD.
No! That's going to be the end. We're down to 3 teams only. Bacon Time feels like going to share the same fate here. FaZe fighting SLD, who got treasured by the Blue Team, but they survived here. We're talking about Emerald 5 taking down on Gosu. Lyca trying to push forward, but the Tennis on the other side. Smap now. He has to actually seal the deal.
Oh, no.
Blinded the team of SLD. But FaZe victorious. The man, the myth, the legend, and also Lycan trying to help each other out, but Smap tried to actually push with it. One more grenade, double down. There's so many GTs they're just tossing out. Lycan saving Taurus. Now, can they survive? They need to build this place because they're just being focused by SLD. You know exactly where they stand.
It's still a 50-50 fight though between these 2 teams. If we look at it, it's going to be a 3-minute day for Quanchi on number 5. Smap is starting to move in now with the Vector. Spraying across, go to Lycan. Lycan goes down. One last man standing for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan can blow up a clutcher, but no, it's going to be SLD with the first chicken dinner for today. It's Sanhok.
Winner, chicken dinner. I'm gonna finish with your rap, it kind of be
Okay.
yeah, there you go. That's gonna be the chorus for the song.
All right.
Hey, there you go. SLD, Shine Like Diamond. They're surely shining when it comes to their portraits and also their shots. They're definitely good looking, but also when it comes to good, it's greater when it comes to the performance. I mean, like last week, they have been really great. One of the best Vietnam team right now, as we speak, even though they are not under the radar before this. When it comes to the country finals, they are actually coming up from 5th place. But when it comes to South Asia, they're just so good.
Yeah, if we talk about consistency, of course, comparing last week and this week, SLD is the most consistent Vietnamese teams. And they're doing very well. And in fact, this is pretty much their first time inside of the Southeast Asia Championship level. And consistency-wise, they are even above the Xavier.
Oh, well, they said, experience is going to be a big problem. Not going to be the case of SLT. But looking back, our highlight when it comes to our first match of day number 4 here, definitely a lot of teams, as we predicted they should have chicken, they will be the one that predicted S2 soon. So wherever you see the prediction today, yeah, just keep your eyes out. This team might be the first one to be wiped out. I mean, like, we have nothing against them. You know what? We got the curse. So blame the curse, not us. Back to the side of the Xavier. They had a very good run, but this is where they got it really wrong. The problem is they left Frankie too far behind. They're going in as a 2, and Frankie just too late to catch up. The entire team just obliterated like that.
Well, you can't look down on the power of the DBS, especially inside of Sanhok. It's like, although it's only one player, but with the DBS, clutch can happen. We have seen this time and time again. At a close quarters combat like that, DBS is just dangerous. It's just difficult to fight against. But yeah, I mean, even though if they try to open up left and right, like what we saw earlier for the Xavier, they came in together, but they still lost the DBS because the reload time for DBS is low. The damage is high. Like one hit just in front, you'll be down. Then yeah, that's why like even if there's like 2 or 3 people, a DBS can take them out.
I'm not surprised we have another team called DBS after this, just for the sake of DBS. Now we are going to be the team to focus for our first match just now. This is going to be at today's SLD FaZe Bacon Time and Xavier as well. Surprise, surprise, the Thai's always taking a lot of advantage and also really dominant when it comes to a Sanhok map as always. But this time they're not getting the chicken. Instead, it's going to be SLD taking it away, and they got quite a number of times in the center of the circle. We mentioned before SLD, they got a strongest compound to start with. They got themselves right in the center and they can defend their fortress really strongly. Bacon Time, on the other hand, also the Xaviers, has been traveling quite a number in the blue. We're talking about they're trying to get themselves really late, but it just didn't work out when they have so many gatekeepers on the other end.
Yeah, Bacon Time surprisingly didn't use any of their utilities or their throwables. But SLD with 12 eliminations bringing them out to 27 points. We got FaZe Clan not too far away as well. 21 points in the bag. Definitely will put them into the #1 spot considering that TEM Entertainment is the only team to not receive any points at all in this round. For sure, FaZe Clan will be up there. But honorable mention as well to Bacon Time. Again, another Thai team. I mean, the Thais are just titans, as usual, at this point.
Now, you know what? I feel bad for casting today. One of the main reasons, because whenever I cast, TEM Entertainment just couldn't get a grip for themselves. I hope it's not going to be on me. But back to our MVP here, SLD Chuang. Well, we did mention about Chuang before. Well, he was the one who gatekept whoever tried to cross the river, and definitely gatekept 2 teams in a row, including DBD and also FaZe. I think FaZe coming out on the other end, but never mind. 8 elimination for himself. And when it comes to damage-wise, it's not really tally up towards the eliminations here, but because of how wise he chose to when to shoot, waiting to be the third party and not just, wasting his resources. He's just really witty. You can give it to him. Back towards the side of our weekly ranker. Still, I just hope TEM still stays at #1 spot because I'm casting. But these Xaviers definitely have a go with a FaZe just 3 points shy between them and second and third place, pushing quite high up there. Affinity being pushed down. He's actually tied with FaZe as well.
Alright, I thought FaZe Clan would have jumped up to #1, but it looks like the gap is significant enough for them to still be there. So TEM Entertainment is still at the top spot. Box Gaming is still down there. Unfortunately, 794 Rivals, they're the team that went out early. Even DBD as well went out fairly early, so they're still down there. Unfortunately, not changing for them at this moment. The Eagles went down a little bit, 2 points difference with NFT. That's also because NFT, they did a better than the Eagles in the previous round in terms of placement points. But for the other teams, on page 1, Buriram United, still unchanged. The competition is that hot on page number 1.
It feels awkward for me to actually see Boom with a double chicken but get themselves on second page. Now, this is not a bad thing to actually have a double chicken, but definitely it's not reflecting quite right. It just shows that you don't have consistency. We have a lot of chicken, but you're still placing on the second page there. But back to a flight part, we did mention about Nakam straight up to the Paradise Resort. And definitely that's not of early skirmishes now. This is the second week we're talking about. Definitely a lot of teams already marked their territories and they're going to respect that for a bit. But when it comes to the circle, nobody can expect anything to happen there. We thought it was going to be Quarry at first. Definitely ended up right on the bottom, right on the outskirts of Camp Charlie and Cave, where it kind of splits it. This is where a lot of teams are taking it down because they have no clue about whether to stay on the left side of the island or the right side.
And that's where we can see here the Xavier, they kind of like follow the footsteps of Geek Fam. They were on the main peninsula, they moved towards the left where it's the Sami Island, and then they had to fight their way through to the right. But yeah, I can understand why they sort of like, okay, kind of like put focus onto the left at some point, because logically as well, there will be lesser teams on the left as compared to the main peninsula, so you like want to avoid some teams, and that's maybe their team strategy, and that's okay, that's not too bad. But of course, when the circle shifts, then you have to move to the other side. But the advantage is that because there are lesser teams on the left, that means there's lesser competition to fight their way through. And anyway, their strategy was to play the healing game. So the whole idea is just to avoid as many teams as possible in the early stages.
And also the last circle we saw here just now, FaZe is just really not in the good position. They kind of clumped up and they got themselves quite a slow in between. Just so hard for them to actually spot out where the rest of SLD. But SLD, it's definitely a good judgment call when it comes to calling out rotations and where the exact spot they want to be in set of time. We saw how they just got themselves a compound before and they just know when to get out, not too late. Because the moment you get out of a certain compound too late, when it's not inside of a circle, it's quite an open field, and if you caught yourself in between of transition and so many teams, that's how a lot of teams being eliminated in that sort of a process. But next one we do have Erangel, which is going to be one team definitely, one group definitely will not be playing. In this case, today is Saturday. We're going towards ABC in Miramar, which gonna be only Group D not playing GDG, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, and Vampire. Now, Vampire definitely is gonna hurt a lot because they haven't been performing as they used to be in the last week, though.
Yeah, maybe that's the break that they needed, right? Like, and whoever takes a break next, they will take an extended break because of the Maghrib break period. But speaking about teams' performance, these two teams, like what we talked about, SLD so far is the most consistent Vietnamese team compared with last week and this week. So they're being compared with the Titans, FaZe Clan. Last week, #1 champions, super duper hard. This week, although they're not #1 yet, but they're still really, really hard. What else can I say about FaZe Clan, right?
Oh, FaZe. Well, FaZe is FaZe. Oh, when you talk about Thai teams are Thai teams. Yeah, there's nothing else to say about them other than being really brilliant, remarkable. But back to as a team to focus when it comes to jumping into Miramar. Again, FSLD is one of the best team out there. Buriram as well, FaZe, well, hello. A lot of domination coming up from the Thai teams again. But this time, I want to see if Indonesian team's really going to go out strong. Because we do know Boom have been performing really incredible, but they just blend a lot of chickens, but not too much when it comes to consistency. So it's going to be Alter Ego for the next one. Definitely we want to see how can they fare if when it comes to their more stronger map, which we mentioned before, A, B, C, E, Group D not playing, GDG, IDS, DBD, Box Gaming, and Vampire. Now, where have NFT gone? Where are the NFT we know in week 1?
Oh yeah, good point. I kind of miss NFT all of a sudden now that you mention it. Like this week is not really their week so far. But I guess it's kind of like the trade-off, right? Like you gotta have some teams at the next page, and you gotta have some teams on the first page. So probably they like traded off their position, like with teams like D Xavier, for example, who last week wasn't that good, but this week so far it's really, really good for them. I guess it's just the whole switcheroo sort of thing. And when some teams tend to do better, that's why some teams tend to suffer. And I feel that NFT was the one that had to feel the wrath of the rise of other teams. That's kind of like a trade-off there.
Hopefully they can actually work things out. While we're not suffering, we're looking at all the graphics later on because you guys know Yeah, this is sort of a routine right now. It's gonna be PUBG Mobile and also collaboration with the local animation of Bobo Boy, which is gonna be already. Is it already in though? Do we have any trailers yet? We don't.
Not yet.
So it's gonna be still a surprise. In which date of October? We have no clue. So just wait the entire month to see. Maybe it's just on the 31st October, 11:49 p.m. Like, that's gonna be the last minute of October. But yeah, okay, maybe.
Yeah, to be fair, they say October, so it could be anything or anywhere inside of October. But the Rabu Padu, this is of course the last month, so make sure you get enough points. And if you play every Wednesday, you will get extra points to get freebies inside the game. Whenever you have your moments, your clips, don't forget the hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu, and you could be featured on our official TikTok channels one day. Make sure you guys pump it in, the games, the points, until end of this month. 31st October will be the last day of this Rabu Padu Phase 2.
So yeah, it's still not Christmas, just saying, but you still have a lot of gifts waiting for you in PUBG Mobile, as long as it's still in October. What can we call the festival of PUBG Mobile when it comes to October? Since it feels like a lot of gifts within just this month, because we have a lot of tournaments as well. But we're jumping into Miramar for the next one. So we talked about the Indonesian team has been very quiet. So what happened to them? Used to be one of the best in the world, but right now they're just nowhere to be seen. I'm waiting for somebody to wow me. Yeah, a lot of 1v4 clutches coming from Yummy and Okta. It's not going to be enough to win them the entire tournament. And now also they need to book themselves in top 16 first. You know, we're not talking about PMGC yet because it's always one step at a time. Top 16 who will be relegated. Feels like some teams almost have the same spot, just like how they were in the week 1. So if they want to push right now, this is not the perfect time. This is where they really need die in it. Like they have to, we in Malaysia call it die push now.
Die push, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Die push. Oh, okay, can. I accept that. I accept that.
I mean, that's the only Malaysian Manglish we call it terms that I'm really good at.
Push. But I totally agree. Like week 2 is super important, especially if the teams don't perform well in week 1, because we've seen this sort of format before. It is punishing if you are not consistent, especially week 1, week 2. If it's only week 3 that all of a sudden they rise up. Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's like it's not enough points for them to get into the top 16 onto the grand final. So whatever it is, especially for teams who didn't do well last week, like 4 Rivals, like 7-9, like even BN United, they need to like really push it through this week. And next week is also another push for them. And then we'll see who's going to be the top 16. It's so hard to tell because of this point system will be played until the end.
Yeah, we're talking about push. It's not push like, you know, last week you got 20th spot. This week you got 19. That's a good push. No, not like that. What we're talking about, if you got yourself in 20th place or below 16th place, we're talking about 17, 18, 19, 20. They need to push themselves in the top 5 this week. If not, their all rankings of their bonus point will not add up to be in the top 16. That's just how crucial and how much of a push they need to get themselves when it comes to week number 2. So it balances things out when it comes to heading into week number 3. Right now, from the current state of being, I don't feel like they can push within 2 days yet.
Yeah. Well, unless they come up with like multiple chicken dinners, that sort of insane move, like what we saw Boom yesterday, but that was pretty much only their main highlight.
Hey,
just saying.
Just cut it out.
Okay.
Damn it, Stamina didn't get chicken last week. They still got themselves a top 5 anyway. So you don't have chickens, but you have to really go all aggressive at it.
Okay, so your point is that to get more elimination points.
Yeah, they definitely. With the current, like we saw how much TEM Entertainment do. This week they got chicken. That's why they got so much firepower last week for TEM, right?
Okay.
They didn't get chicken, but this week they got chicken plus eliminations. Look how far they can actually get.
Okay.
At least one step at a time. Chicken, you know, it's so hard to secure with the transitions going on. Like, they really need to rack up their elimination points. That is more doable at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, like, that's it. I mean, like, you know, it's really simple, PUBG Mobile. You just drop down, loot yourself, you know, survive for a bit, see people, you shoot, you win. That's PUBG. The best in the world. There you go.
Are we on to the break now?
Are we having break early? I think we're gonna have a break after the second game. Right?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we're not.
Like,
You're really worried about me.
I am worried. I'm like,
I'm okay, guys.
I'm like, do we need to send it to the break or something?
No, we're okay.
No? Okay.
We're
Yeah.
okay. I think
Our producer knows this is what's happening. Just say it. Yeah?
our production crew is like
Okay.
they're like really scared inside. But I'm okay. But speaking of which, you were talking just now.
I forgot what I was
Yeah,
supposed
you
to
were
say.
talking about
It
how
was-
they can secure themselves a few chickens like today. But is that the case since you saw how Boom got themselves the only team in the second page with double chicken, but placement-wise not so? You know?
Oh, okay. Was I talking about that?
Yeah, you were talking about having chickens more.
I was mesmerized by your energy level.
Because the fact that I feel like this season, right, with this sort of a format, chicken don't matter as much as points of eliminations because we saw how much the teams can get. The 14, like the average is like 12 to 14, right, these days. They're so close to getting themselves a chicken dinner. So why would you bother getting a chicken dinner, like, if you can get points more than that? No?
Okay.
Get me?
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that she's flushing it out,
Really, manager Yoodo Alliance? Thanks. Why this team? Okay, I don't know why.
I'm not complaining about mine,
Yeah, you're gonna pick all the safe one, just like
No,
you
I didn't pick.
Who did you select before this? Again, I'm trying to remember. I was Geek Fam.
Let's stay focused. I didn't pick.
Oh, you pick it.
Let's stay focused. I didn't pick.
Yeah, I mean like.
It was production that picked.
The moment it
Let's
popped
stay
right
focused.
beneath you, you'll be responsible for it for the entire day.
Okay. All right.
Because our faces were with that logo.
That's why I gave the disclaimer. I didn't pick. Yeah.
To blame to
Yeah.
everybody.
Stop putting black magic onto me. I'm still
Wow.
focused there.
Wow.
Just
I
saying.
didn't say it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was it in just now for us? For me, it's gonna be
Yoodo Alliance and Buriram.
Buriram's really strong. I mean, like, just to flashback, they won quite a number when it comes to Miramar. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's it. I mean, like, I'm really unusual today, guys, so that's why they are kind of in awe about what I'm saying. What words coming up from my mouth today is really ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Thank
hear.
you.
I can
You
hear
even
someone
heard
laughing
that,
just
okay?
now. But
You
it's not
heard
your
that.
voice. Who is that?
It's
What
obvious.
sorcery is this?
Yeah. It's black magic onto you. You just you gotta flush it out somehow. But
Okay.
but anyway, just to little bit of a recap inside of Miramar itself. Even though the Thai teams don't get the chicken dinner, they will always get a top 5 at least or top 3, something like that. They will be there. But here we go.
Feels like. I know this is gonna be a good question.
Okay, try me.
What's the secret recipe of the top team? Don't say it's black magic. You little shit. I know you're thinking about it. I saw your face. You little shit.
You know I was going to say that, right? What's the secret recipe? Black magic.
Are we not done with it?
Okay, I don't know.
If you want to compare black magic, fine, we're gonna play this game now. If we
Okay.
compare black magic,
All
why is it the Thai's black magic so supreme? If we compare with the other regions then.
Well, to be fair, I haven't seen it before.
Really?
I mean,
Come on, there's so many good horror movies with that. Are you kidding me?
a lot of them from Thai, right?
Yeah, that's really. I mean, like Thai. Is that the reason why they're really strong? Not the magic part, the players. Like they're used to horror stories,
Okay.
so they're not surprised by anything anymore.
Wow, I like the way you think. It's like it went like all the way there to the other side of the world.
Because that's kind of true.
Okay.
If you
Tell
actually, maybe this is what we should implement for the teams in Malaysia.
All right.
Because we are locally from Malaysia. Maybe if they watch more horror movies, like during their training, they just brainwash with horror movies. These guys don't get panicked when they're being ambushed anymore.
You want to hire Chuchu as the coach now?
Yes, please.
It's like that's
Very
gonna be
unorthodox.
her first task. It's like everyone's not gonna scream, everyone's not gonna train, everyone's just gonna watch horror movies.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the worst horror movie, or not the worst as in the movie production, but maybe the worst when it comes to the scares. You know, like the most scariest. Like, what the most scariest thing I actually watch?
Which is
disgusting. I remember.
okay.
The most horror one I can't actually pinpoint though.
Okay, yeah, understand.
I think I did watch the first horror movie, the scariest, coming up from the ties.
I remember a lot of them. They're actually really good.
They
and
really look like very realistic, by the
Yeah.
way.
not like I have seen them, but it does look convincing. All I
Yeah.
can say.
Yeah. I do love horror movies with actually like the real footage in it. I don't know why we would like to scare ourselves with horror movies, right? Have you ever thought like why you're addicted to horror movies?
I'm not a big fan of horror. Like I can watch, I'm okay, but I won't like, ooh, the next new horror movie. You know, I'm
You're
not,
like
I'm not that kind.
my manager right now. He watched horror movie through his fingers.
Oh really?
Literally, he would hug a pillow and just not watching. Just because, and then he asked me, what is happening? I'm like, why you don't watch yourself?
Well, it helps that his fingers are, a little bit more meaty.
Meaty?
Meaty.
Meaty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got quite a buff finger.
Yeah, you would know, right?
Definitely. Hey, naughty. But like, we do have 3 teams going on. I know we are sidetracking quite a lot, but we do have Baker Time Noise, the only person from Baker Time, which is surrounded by 2 teams at the same time. I assume that's going to be Yoodo Alliance plus TEM Entertainment right now.
That's but actually inside our Lost Learners, it's like we used to seeing like 3 teams inside Lost Learners by now. If back then, I remember it's kind of like started in PMPL season 3.
Yeah.
Before that, it's like only 2 teams. Back then, I kind of like always ask this question: like, is Lost Learners enough to have 3 teams? Like, is there enough loot? But the best part is that no one has ever went out early inside Lost Learners despite having 3 teams. So by now, I've accepted the fact that Lost Learners, you can fit 3. It's okay.
I've seen 4 before even, like they haven't got any clashes because of how much of a building it's there. And it's a huge building to provide enough for 3 to 4 teams. Like at least the basic of it. You might actually just get level 1 or something, but it's enough to survive in case you need to rotate later on. So it's quite equipped with enough for 3 to 4 teams. So Lost Learners, everybody had a truce in it. But in this case, okay, Yoodo Alliance. But you know what I'm looking at this season, PMPL South Asia, it's a bit frustrating for me that there's a huge gap between the Thai teams, the Thai region, and the other regions out there. I do want to see a high competitiveness when it comes to between the regions, like maybe we feel like, oh, there's a shot for this region to win, there's a shot of this. Everybody have a bit of their pie. Feels like a bit equal, fair trade for everyone. But in this case, it's very different. So back to the topic we started out earlier. Yeah, I know your face like, oh man.
I'm just a viewer right now, you know.
Now, what changed so much for them that they increased their performance tenfold if you compare it with the previous ones? We're talking about roster changes, not so much. Still the same player. But why is a team with the same player for other regions just so different if you compare with their performance? Including, like, Harm used to be anti-circle, right? Now I'm playing in Sam 9. They had so many roster changes for some of the teams here, but they just couldn't work things out. What went so wrong? There's such a huge gap between the Thais and the others.
Oh, that's the question?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were going to follow up with that. But
Because I can't figure out the past 2 weeks here. I'm trying to think it through.
All right. Okay. So, based on my observation, and that's not only from this PMPLC, but also I think the observation really started from PMRC onwards, is that the gameplay is hyper aggressive. It's like, if you notice, like first it's hyper aggressive. That's one. And second is that they are very, very confident. If you just observe like the Infinity is the best example. Like yesterday, how they opened up in one of the Miramar maps where the circle was in Chumasera, in the Erangel map, I think it was the game number 4 yesterday. Like their opening during the third circle is 1-1-1-1, and because of that, they managed to cover majority of the circle. Now, okay, majority of like maybe 40% of the circle. Now, because of them doing that, that will push other teams to move on to the other parts of the circle. And when they do that, they will clash up with each other. And that's where the Infinity took advantage of, like, okay, whether they try to steal away from the long range or they go up in terms of placement points. So that's how they took advantage of everything else. It is because of their confidence level, it is just different that allows them to do that. And not many teams are able to emulate that kind of movement.
So, since we watch with our 4 rivals losing one more here, fighting an FT, finish it off for Vafel. Boy spotted out quite a far range here against 4 rivals. Foki and April left here. Definitely not having a good start for them when it comes to Miramar. 4 rivals, they need to build this one. It's not worth fighting anymore. They don't have enough manpower. Unless they are Octa or Yummy or from Boom, definitely can actually have a shot. But we do have Infinity start to move again this Xavier as well. We're going to go back to the topic later on when things have been quiet. But right now, not so much. Tony got himself quite a high heal there. Infinity spotted a lot of play of the Xaviers, but couldn't clip, quite whiffed it there for some time. Here comes the first net being tossed out towards the side of Lamborghini, hoping it just falls right on top of the person. But the moment Lamborghini knows it's quiet, there's no more spray, he knows it's cooking up Nate. So he's definitely going to build this place and try to evade as much as possible. Now, Tony, yep, there's nobody there. So it's a bit too late to actually witness the escape, the greatest escape of the Xaviers.
Now, this is the example that I mentioned just now. So although they look like they're close inside the minimap, but actually they're quite spread out because of how the geography of this location is. One person on top, one person at the bottom, one person behind, and their spread is in that way that they cover a lot of these areas that it makes them hard to be penetrable. But of course, the risk is that you cannot get knocked down. If you get knocked down, especially if you're on top, and you're pretty much a goner. So you have to be first is you have to be super confident. Second, you have to be super skillful to not get knocked. You need to know how to play with the terrains. And that is where they're really, really good at. So this is just one example from the Infinity. If we have an opportunity to like see something significant from FaZe Clan, I'll point it out again. But that is also to answer why the Thai teams are just different. And this is just one of it.
Well, hopefully things working out. Like how Jason mentioned before for some teams, but back towards the teams that's not really have a good start. We're talking about them way too far into the blue zone, try to find way in, try to find a warehouse, but the moment you step out of the warehouse, it's going to be open field, how to climb the big hike. And now it's going to be Kangzo spotted out from the rest of the Geek Fam with a mini 14, but at the same time he's losing health and burning into the blue zone, which is not going to be great. You do kind of realize that blue zone is not your friend right now, but these guys treating them is as though they are soulmates. They're not willing to leave the blue zone even though they are burning them, just like her toxic relationship works. Back to the side of Buriram, Kangzo.
Wow.
Oh, well, he got himself first aid kit, at least one, so he's going to be okay. I think he tried to loot more when it comes to crossing his paths with these compounds, but I'm just going to take the high road anyway.
Ooh, now back to the Infinity. Look at this, the Eagles, despite them wanting to get close, but they can't. And unfortunately for F1, he has to leave his vehicle behind. And the Infinity, because of that kind of spread, again, they are dominating this kind of area, this kind of circle, and they're so confident to still keep it despite teams starting to get closer. TEM Entertainment, another team that's currently hard putting pressure on the Bacon Time traveling into the circle. TEM Entertainment, on the other hand, still on the outside of it, getting ready to fight their way through.
Oh, didn't fight their way through. They were just waiting on the high and waiting for the fight to come into their way now. Having a very confident seat for the side of TEM Entertainment. Alter Ego spotted out in Eagle Esports. Now, Eagle Esports, what happened to them? They really lost their tempo now. We're talking about them being sort of in odd situations, like here, example, because usually Eagle Esports, They know where exactly to stand when it comes to the last few circles, and things just didn't work out for them. It's just the second phase. They already got caught red-handed, got down. But Boom, on the other hand, because of how Alter Ego just spotted out Ego Esports early on, giving away the position with the preemptive shot just now. But a lot of teams realize just the second phase, so they don't want to. Not a lot of them want to chase or too overcommitted. So it's a fight that might actually caught themselves in a war zone later.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for some of these teams now. Like what you mentioned, right? Like for Eagles, just look at where they are just now. They wanted to like get onto the high ground, want to get into the prime positions, but so many teams are just there, and because they kind of like, it's not that they're rotating late. It's because of like their position versus where the circle is. Naturally, they'll arrive into some of the main checkpoints later, and that will also mean that some teams are already there. And look at the circle. With this kind of high ground sort of circle, we got like what, the Infinity, we got Sam9, the Eagles got a little bit of a scrap at the bottom of the hill. It just shows that, okay, the play area is going to be small at this point because of this kind of circle, because of this kind of high ground advantage that the other teams have. Because with this high ground, they can overlook a certain area and they can shoot immediately on whoever who's in a certain area. Hence, the playable area pretty much is only just like what, maybe like 30% of the circle. If you're not on the hilltop, that will also mean that teams will bump into each other earlier, and we will see a lot more fights as we approach the fourth phase of the circle.
Yeah, we can call this a scrappy circle, since there's really a lot of scrappy fights in between them. With Alter Ego caught Infinity, there's going to be a huge win for the side of Alter Ego. Infinity Mela's just too far. He couldn't possibly reach there on time. Yes, he got himself vehicle, but the moment they reach down there, they're going to be willingly being the sacrifice in the hands of Alter Ego, who might finish off Logan. He got himself Mela, and never mind, the other person, I think it was Nusa, was it, at first? And it's left with Mela and Tony here. Logan bleeding out. Mela actually reached there. I'm surprised how Alter Ego didn't finish off Logan. Oh, never mind. It was a nice bait just now. They did finish off Logan. Renore making sure the job's well done there. And caught one more player, Tony. But never mind. We're back towards the side of Craterfield and FT. Will stop. That was the 4 Rivals last member.
That was a very questionable move from 4 Rivals because of the timing is too late. And he paid a price for it. Gatuni managed to get a revenge for his teammate. And now Mela is still down though. Gatuni at the high ground takes his buggy, probably going to go in for the save. But that means that he'll leave this prime spot, that he can still farm elimination points. Is he going to do it? I don't think it's going to be worth it because the team is still active down there. But now we move on to Boom. Gets one. Can he get a second one? Razy. Nice knockdown for him. But Capone is still alive.
No. It's always Capone the last member for them.
Always.
Every single time. Got himself maybe some charms, lucky charms.
Black magic?
And no, that's going to be white magic.
Oh, okay.
Because it's good. It's going to be very charming. Back to the side of Boom. Razy pushing forward with a lot of smoke. Octa finish off silence straight away. Shunon still there. Alongside with Capone trying to push forward. Keeping support fire too far off. And Capone tried to wrap around things here with Max just next to him. Problem is, can he pop the smoke right on time to actually revive Max? But I don't feel like he can actually do that. Razy spot him out. And it's going to be entirety of Boom being stopped by Shunos. The fact that Shunos can just make sure they can't finish off the rest of Vietnam United easily. It's just such a vintage point he's holding on to. Razy spot out Shunos. That's going to be crucial. He couldn't just climb down. Oh no! Being spotted out from that far with that scope. My God, Boom, your eyes are just incredible.
We're not going to lie, that is an incredible shot. But look at the circle, it still has the high ground. Gatuni can still play within the circle, but he needs to be prepared that the circle might move away from him. Sam9 is in a good position, NFT as well with the high ground advantage. FaZe Clan, not forgetting about them. They don't have the super high ground, they have a mid ground, but that's still not too bad. At FaZe Clan, they just need to deal with Yoodo Alliance right behind them, and they will have an opening for them to move around.
What kind of circle is that just now?
It's a rare one, get it?
Yeah, it feels like it doesn't have a name of place there, so we can't really name the circle. Oh,
it's
man.
on the outside of Craterfield. That's the closest.
But it's really rare, that sort of a junction, right?
Yeah, it is. You don't get that all the time.
We don't get it at all. Buriram got himself quite a number of damage done. And while we do have Sam9 up dips, waiting on high ground. Now, if he stands on this sort of a pit on top of that hill, he definitely don't get any information at all. So it's going to be a waste if he doesn't try to pick, because that's the true potential and true purpose of having a high grounds. But I'm not sure what happened to FaZe Clan. Feels like Ego Esports fighting them, and they're having one man already lost. Was it Tony K at first? It was one of the most crucial players of FaZe Clan being finished off straight away.
Yeah, it was Tony K, and it was against the Eagles, which they're on the other side. So it looks like it's going to be a long range from the Eagles. But speaking of long ranges, Yuhai gets one for Geek Fam. SLD seems to be in trouble as they lose Gosu. Now it's down to Smap and Kwangji, the last two coming in from SLD. They have a couple of teams on the other side they need to be careful of, but at least they're currently in the circle. Not going to move for sure, since some of them have not only circle, but also the compound. So that's going to be okay. But NFT still with a high ground advantage.
FaZe trying to push forward. Adek looks really crucial for him to hold his ground now. Making sure that FaZe cannot breach in. TEM Entertainment fighting against these Xaviers at the same time. We do have a third party coming out very soon. Coming up from behind, I have to be extra careful for Yoodo Alliance. Feels like really close enough now. Rapid War tried to get more high ground, but he couldn't get any sort of information there. MR5 spotted out on the side of Yoodo Alliance, Dick Luke. But the others of Yoodo Alliance, they need the information. They can't open fire because of the valleys and also the pits in between this sort of a hill. We do have Bacon Time taking on Sam9 Lot Harm at the same time. And there's going to be a lot around the corner. TEM Entertainment taking a fight against SLD. FaZe is still fighting Yoodo Alliance. And I think Luke just couldn't see them where they're actually at. They got Lycan. MR5 Victor is just too far from the rest of the team right now.
And SLD, who just got that chicken dinner inside of Sanhok, has been eliminated. Number 15 with 1 elimination point. Oleo with a long range onto MR5. MR5 down to 50% health, putting pressure onto MR5, and Oleo gets it. Oleo gets a knockdown. That's an opening there for Yoodo Alliance to move in. They need to finish off the rest of FaZe Clan, but that one last member of FaZe Clan is away out of here, holding on for positioning points.
Now Dick Luke tried to finish off last member in the smoke. He wouldn't miss that one, definitely, and finish off MR5. Vintorius realized how much he has to actually bear the responsibility for the rest of the team. But how can he get himself right on top of a circle? Because there's so many teams left, right, center, circling him down. And this is a nice hiding spot, by the way. But at the same time, it's not nowhere now in the safe zone. Sam9, they actually might lost Putra lot harm before, with Putra left the remaining members. But he got himself quite a good spot. We're talking about right in the center of a circle, not really center, right at the rear of a circle. He had taken out all those views come out from afar, including Bacon Time, finish off Boom as well. Whoever's not on the high ground in this time, it's going to be really tough because there's no compound in between, not too much. And also, the moment you spot yourself out of the compound, it's going to be open field, looking over by this guy, so actually having the high vintage point here.
Ooh, you asked where NFT is at? Looks like NFT had the advantage right now. They have the circle. They still have a full squad. Xavier enters, but Xavier is not a full squad. They have a little bit of a handicap there. The long range shot onto Gatuni. Gatuni, 20% of health. Gatuni really, really far away from the circle. Alter Ego on the left. The Eagles on the right. Gatuni. It's going to be tough for him to get in.
Same time, Vintorius being chased down by this all guys coming up from Bacon Time and
wait,
He spotted Bacon Time first. He whiffed it. Oh, they were so close of getting a clutch there. Back to the side of NFT, taken out on Bacon Time, being eliminated. Never mind, it's going to be dominating the side of Bacon Time right now. FaZe the ones being eliminated, with Bacon Time the one leading off the chart. The same goes for Alter Ego, also on domination's role. Back to those actually are not on the high ground. We're talking about NFT, got really a good point of view here.
Oh, beautiful spot there for NFT, not going to lie now. The long range coming in for Shirley. Onto the other side, boom! Seems to be facing the ramp, but NFT, they're not done yet. Now it's going to be NFT onto Bacon Time. Long range onto Alter Ego for Shirley. Look at the amount of coverage here for Bacon Time. They have Boom to deal with as well. Now Almstar with the long range. It does connect, not going out to taking anyone down just yet. Fnatic goes down to Adelu. Yoodo Alliance, let's not forget about them. At the southern side, they are still in this and they have an opening into the circle.
Amstal shared in the rest of us sharing a bit of compound with Ron. It's going to be Mika, finish off Bavi, eliminated again early on for TEM Entertainment. We're down to 7 teams here. Alter Ego, even though they got themselves quite a number of eliminations, 7 by now, but didn't land themselves a good spot to take a defense. And Geek Fam taking down on NFT drone. El Renora still taking the blues in for a bit. Ramon spotted out. It's going to be Bacon time. Noise really low, but he just let it slip by. Could have secured 1 more eliminations there.
But he didn't get a good angle there, and he was smart as well from his opponent to kind of slip by, using the turrets to his advantage. Bacon time now, they do not have the circle, they need to deal with Boom. Again, All-Star tries to get 1, but Mika from Geek Fam knocked down Olio, but the counter fight coming in from Shamil from the other side. Both of these teams need to get to the circle, except for Geek Fam. Geek Fam is still currently in the circle, right smack in the middle of it, as Yoodo Alliance going up against Geek Fam. But before that, Adilu picks up Olio.
And Yuhai finish off drone. That's really crucial for the rest of the team. If not, they might be just circle around left, right, center, being cornered by so many teams here. Geek Fam, they have a bit of time to reset, but not too long. Well, NFT remains, and also the rest of the other team of NFT try to climb the high hills. We talk about Renore trying to shut down on the side of Yoodo Alliance, but they're going to come to fire being eliminated straight away as Yoodo Alliance decimated the entire team just now. Back to the side of NFT. This is not their circle. They need to get out from here, but at the same time, they need to take out the players who are being their hindrance, being the wall for them to actually move forward.
Now look at Bacon time. They're still on the outside of the circle. Yoodo Alliance managed to slip their way in. Adelu tapping away onto Night Noise. Night Noise taste the bullets of Adelu, but surely will be gunned down from the other side. It's going to be D Xavier. Duke, the last man standing. His teammate has been gunned down. Olio now putting pressure onto Boom on the other side. Now Geek Fam, they have the power of the circle and they have a full squad. They have control of it right now.
Yuhai being such a good flanker right now. Yoodo Alliance spotted out Boom, spot out Razy, but will be a finish off for Bacon, maybe, never mind. He got not being stolen away, but it's going to be a Hexas finish off Bacon time off the bat. They were down to only 5 team and with Geek with the most men right now. Yuhai being such a crucial player, taking out all the offside players of the enemies. But Mika, what a nice play with Olio! So close, yet not able to do so. There's going to be 1 more team out. Only 4 left. Mika and with the side of Yuhai combination. What a nice synchronization.
Yuhai not done yet, but we have Boom on the high ground, but Yuhai with 10% of health, he still puts shots onto the other side. Yuhai, that's the confidence that he's showing, but now it's going to be Geek Fam versus NFT. NFT playing as a trio, but Sombel needs to be picked up. It's going to be Boys here together with Ramos, the duo that's going to do it. Sombel for it to be picked up, it's going to be tough. Snipes goes onto the high ground, but the pressure from the blue is going to be onto him, but Snipes is still going through. He sees Ramos, he shoots Ramos, gun down.
Down to Bochi only, and it's going to be a big problem. NFT losing, man. They got the vintage point before. They got the strongest fortress, but now they're slowly losing it. Bochi won't be ambushed, but the rest of Geek Fam falls to the He got 1. He got damaged. It's going to be winner, Geek Fam dinner tonight. As we starting off with what a Miramar game just now.
What a perfect game here for Geek Fam, as they didn't lose any of their players. They didn't contribute points to other teams, and they got themselves this chicken dinner. Geek Fam, this is the rise of Geek Fam in week number 2. Doing so far so good. Will definitely place themselves in page number 1.
Oh man, what a week for Geek Fam.
What a week for Geek Fam.
They're really strong this time. I mean, like, a lot of people are being toxic around them. And that is especially chatting out, wow, Geek Fam, you know, when it comes to country league, they're so good. Right now, they're just being choked. But you know what? Maybe they're saving the best for the last. So never judging a person way too early, or a team in this case, because they will show you what they have and why they deserve to be here. Back towards what just now happened. I mean, like, the high girls really play a big part. NFT got the most prime spot. But the moment the circle shifted, that's when, like, oh, not so prime anymore, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the circle definitely dictates a lot, no doubt. And I mean, that's just how it is, right? You just, as a team, you just need to find ways to deal with the circle, whatever it is. But I'm also curious to know, like, at the end of the day, like, how many points did NFT collect as part of elimination points? But speaking about, like, points and stuff, there's a fun fact here. Yeah. So the fun fact is that, and this was, so Papa was, I was chatting to him recently.
Hey, explain to the audience who's Papa
Okay, so Papa Moss is the father of Snipes. Yeah, thank you for reminding me that. So Papa Boss is a father of Snipes. I was chatting with him recently, and he says that whenever he watch the English stream, because he switches, he watch both. Whenever he watch the English stream, Geek Fam does well. So I'm pretty sure he's watching right now. I'm just saying, right? Papa Boss, if you're watching out there, shout it out to you. Geek Fam Chicken Dinner, I hope you get a new phone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a meme conversation between us.
Just gonna relive a moment a bit before we get into the stats and all the numbers going on. Thank you guys for the love coming out from all the chat. I'm actually reading it. I have too much love. You know what I emphasize on love, right? Oh well, love or hate me, it's okay. I'm here for you guys. But Geek Fam, what a nice play just now. I'm talking about how Yuhai tried to get into the back line of the teams, making sure his teammate won't get backstabbed, won't get to their blind spot to get shot down over. He just knows where to stand in that very crucial moment. That caused them the entire team to win themselves chicken. And just how much one player decision making can affect the entirety of the team's performance.
Yeah, Yuhai was at front, and let's not forget as well that Snipes also went for the flanks.
Yeah.
And they were well coordinated, not going to lie about that.
Very
right?
good.
Snipes went in for the flanks, and you had Damroot in his natural support position. He will take the long range from afar. And what I like about Geek Fam's play in this round is that it didn't really matter who secures that elimination. They just go in for it, and at the end of the day, it's a team effort. So I'm really liking what I see from Geek Fam here. It's not like, okay, Snipes gets the knock, you should allow him to get an elimination. No, if Damroot gets it, that's fine, because it contributes back to the team. And that allows them to get 16 eliminations, bringing them 31 points inside of Miramar.
That's quite a number. Now, so far, the highest eliminations is still 19. Nobody cracked a 20 yet.
No.
Right, okay, still 19.
Yeah.
Okay, but Geek Fam is on the way to getting one of the highest eliminations still. We got 19 the highest, or 19 or 17, I can't recall. But there's going to be a huge leap of faith when it comes to overall ranking with that sort of a point contributed to a sort of Geek Fam. Mika will be MVP this time. I mean, like anybody in Geek Fam right now, if they got MVP, they're well deserving. You told us just now how well coordinated they are and moving in such a unison that it just really what a clean win coming up from Geek Fam.
Yeah, it is. It is very well coordinated. But of course, at the end of the day, we only get to choose one MVP. Happened to be Mika. And well, it's natural for like, if you're like a fragger, your chances of getting the MVP is higher. But we have seen that with Damroot before, but that's another conversation. But anyway, now this is the weekly rankings. This is where it all matters. Look at where Geek Fam is shooting themselves up to number 3.
Slowly enough, they can actually replace the second place though and then push down the Xaviers. But it's all down to consistency. But if you compare with how, I think like last week performance and this week, the gap with the first place is not too big. We're talking about FaZe really downplaying when it comes to this week. They've been not as aggressive as they were in week number 1.
Yeah, I mean the stats don't lie as well. So they got 69 elimination points. Let's see, we got Geek Fam with 82, Infinity 73. That means they're number 3. But just one place below them is TEM Entertainment, 68 elimination points. So they are kind of like, they're still above average, no doubt, but they're not like super duper. If we make comparison, even Geek Fam got like 82 elimination points in. So so it kind of like, they kind of like dropped on their level of eliminations. But at the end of the day, if they still end up somewhere out there, I mean, we will still see them. Yeah, we will still see them in the grand finals for sure.
That's kind of true. Now I'm gonna talk a bit slower since you guys said you have no clue what I'm talking about for our audience. Now we're gonna see the flight path, like usual, just to recap what really happened. And I realized that most teams that we talked about, they're not really that aggressive when it comes to the first few circles. Usually they're taking their own sweet time, unless when it comes to the 4th phase, where that's going to be the great migration happens and the circle really shrinks towards the point that you can't share a compound with another player. That's where everything gets chaotic. Now, like we mentioned before, if you look at this, Geek Fam playing it very, very late. Same goes for the side of Boom. The one that been struggling and also been defending quite a number of times can be the Xaviers. And then after we mentioned about how they got themselves this vintage point. But it's just when the circle hard shift to climb down without vehicle at that point, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, it is. So definitely you need. But they're ready for that, in fact. They're ready for the vehicles. It's just a matter of like, do they get knocked down on top? If they got knocked down on top, I think that is a bigger question mark. But so far from what we see, whoever who's like really like high on top, like for GOT2D for example, they are very good at defending themselves or not getting knocked. So maybe that's why they've been assigned by their teams like, okay, you're the best at playing that kind of hill, you know how to take care of yourself. So that's why like you're the one guy up there. And it worked out for them. In fact, the Infinity, despite GOT2D not surviving that long, but he still managed to secure a couple of elimination points before he went down on the hill. So best person for the job, no doubt.
Yeah, true. And speaking of Infinity, right? I mean, like, well, we're gonna get this conversation later on. But before that, we have to thank none other than our sponsors, which is gonna be Realme. I'm talking this very slow. Realme GT Neo 3, where your Neo speed awakens with the latest chipset of Media Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely your phone to upgrade playing PUBG Mobile. And also don't forget to also, update your social media, which can be specifically TikTok, our partner, official stream partner, and hashtag Be The One Challenge. And also don't forget to follow all the pages coming out from PUBG Mobile. I lost that. Can you just take away this part?
Oh yeah, of course. Don't forget hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge, and don't forget to follow our PUBG Mobile pages inside our TikTok. That is PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And don't forget, now it's about dinner time, and don't forget to use our official food delivery partner, that is GrabFood, with 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. But speaking about grabbing some food, we'll be grabbing some food after this. We hope you do that too. So don't go anywhere. We will be taking a little bit of a break here. We'll be seeing you after this break.
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้รถหน่อยนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami, hashtag IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zip line can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zip line halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, zip lines can be destroyed. Players can use the zip line to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged zip lines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT03, New Speed Awakens.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents, and you guys are tuning into the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall season. I'm Chichu, and this is going to be Cloud will be your casters for today, and this is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. But before that, we're going to do the formalities as usual. This is also, we need to thank our sponsors, our official smartphone partner Realme, and also our official live stream partner TikTok, and also our official food delivery partner GrabFood, with 50% off of GrabFood order promo code PUBGM for new users only. Terms and conditions apply. Definitely you guys already have your fill of the dinner. We're going to head into the recap for a bit when it comes to our first Miramar map just now, where we're going to head into a second Miramar later on of our day 4 of week 2 PMPL South Asia.
Yeah, but before that, let's have a little bit of a recap of whatever happened earlier on. So Geek Fam got the chicken dinner, 16 eliminations in the bag, and of course that comes together with almost 3,000 amount of damage. Now the time in the blue was spent like 5 minutes 50 seconds, is because they had to travel very, very far from the south into the circle, which is somewhere on the north. So that's how they that's how they kind of like tank out the blue that long. Instead of NFT, they were inside the circle most of the time.
There's going to be the players of the most damage recent map just now is, well, definitely Geek Fam got themselves that chicken. Definitely that secures them in the top when it comes to damage. Output dished out by Mika, and also Boy Chill and FT survived till the last few minutes. Even though Infinity got Tunny, they got quite decimated early on, but definitely still dish out quite a number of eliminations. For the next one, we have A, B, C, D. So E's not playing, which is going to be Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon, Tom, and SLD. This is going to be the teams that actually got themselves quite a good performance in the previous match. So this definitely will change when it comes to dynamic as a whole, when it comes to our second Miramar for today.
Yeah, extended break for Geek Fam. So, but I'm sure they would have wished that like, you got the chicken dinner. Hopefully we would have played the next round, but it is what it is. The rotation is as such. So Geek Fam is going to be chilling this round, and yeah, we're going to see the return of some of the other teams as well into this round. So it's going to be interesting. Group D is going to be playing again GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, as well as Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports so far among the ties, they are in page number 2. Definitely looking to come back at least onto page number 1. Before the end of the day.
And also, speaking of the usual, I mean, like, there's going to be the same old routine for you guys. Nusa is going to be still available to be played. It happens to be existed since the September of 2022. It's already over a month right now for this map. Already existed in PUBG Mobile. You know, it's going to be the smallest map, 1 by 1 kilometers. We only maxed out 32 players to be played within a certain amount of one at a time. So we witnessed in the show match, we extended until 10 minutes. But for you guys, I think it's going to be 5 minutes, all right?
Yeah, Nusa is fun. I vouch for that. It is actually, I enjoy it more than Living, in fact. But what else do I enjoy, and you all should enjoy as well, is this Clairvoyant Fox set together with the Midas Fortune set. And this comes together with the new Royal Pass that is currently available now inside of the game. So as usual, if you purchase a Royal Pass set, you will get the base whatever that is given to you, and then as you progress along the levels, you can get the other sets as well.
That's going to be a Spectral Swan set. That's going to be a Black Swan, by the way, the song. But Cosmic Inquisitor set for you guys, for the Ultimate set available right now as well. It's going to be double Ultimate set available for you guys. So don't forget to log in and try to get it as fast as you can, because this is a limited amount of time for you collectors out there.
And of course, for you guys out there as well, that's all the cosmetics. This is the moment for you guys if you want to get into PMNC 2022. If you're 16 years above and you're still studying, do join in on the PMCC 2022. And this is the second qualifier. The first qualifier is already done, and this is your final chance to stand a chance to get into PMNC and also the PMCC later stages, of course. Besides the ticket onto PMNC, there's also the prize pool of 40,800 ringgit up for grabs. So scan the QR code away, register yourself right now, and do not miss out on this.
Oh, the original sports car is going to be true speed, real attitude. First original PUBG Mobile sports car. I don't know what we call the brand. Maybe you just call it PUBG Mobile brand. But definitely this is going to be one of the most amazing. I do love the futuristic feel of sort of a sports car that I've seen that kind of wrap also in Dubai. I think there's a lot of really good sports car there. I've seen the best one is going to be made by Diamonds for their wrappings. But also, back towards our prediction, we definitely cursed the team just now. It's going to be TEM Entertainment and Boom quite early on for our prediction previously. This time, it's going to be FaZe for me, which I didn't make, and Alter Ego for production, since he said he strongly discredit this, so I'm not going to give credit to Sir Cloud at all today.
Yes, because so far all our predictions are very, very off, and it's almost like a curse. But then again, we're not going to say it's the caster's curse, it is whoever else curse. But yeah, but FaZe Clan, very, very interesting. If they, okay, they rarely go out early. I think that yesterday I saw them go out early inside one of the Miramar maps, and probably that's about it. Other than that, they're pretty decent. But if they do go out early after this, which happened to be the final Miramar map for today, then we know where the curse comes from.
Well, back towards the game we go. It's going to be Miramar next. Definitely one of team two we should be watched out. It's definitely going to be the ties. But we talked about A, B, C, D groups. So definitely we have more tie teams this time, since A group have 2 tie teams on that group only, which is going to be Buriram, TEM Entertainment. So we expect it's going to be 5 tie teams. When it comes to Miramar, it's always one of the strongest map. But definitely when it comes to week number 1, a lot of team has rise up to the occasion, showing us that they are more than ready to take these giants down.
Oh yeah, a lot of other teams starting to step up. Of course, Geek Fam is one of them, Xavier is one of them as well. Even Boom has its moments, so do keep your eye on these teams. NFT as well, they did fairly well in the previous Miramar, so another team that's kind of like taking over the spotlight as well. Now, of course, the question is like, okay, how far do the Thai teams go? Are we going to see like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again as of last week? Do keep an eye as you roll down the games. Jump into Miramar right now.
We are back to the Dusty Dunes. The biggest map of them all is going to be Miramar. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. We mentioned about how the circle gets really odd and, well, peculiar at times. For this time, hopefully, it's going to be a generous one, because even the last one was very hard predicted by the players. For this one, we definitely have a very good flight path on towards the southern part. This is a really normal flight path. Always good towards one side, either north or south, but this time it's more towards south. So it's going to be high chance of a circle might end up on top, just like before Predator feels. I don't know, feels like it, maybe.
Yeah, earlier on was that. I do hope that we change up a little bit, or maybe the circle grants us something different. This week as well, we saw like a Tumasera circle, and then we saw Crater Field sort of fish circle. We haven't seen much of a Porto Paraiso like down. Oh yeah, in fact we saw a Porto Paraiso like recently when we were not casting, so that's pretty much done. Now that I can't think about it, like everywhere inside of Miramar so far has been kind of covered. So do you have like a favorite?
Oh, does it matter if I have favorite or not? But back to us about the game. So definitely the players are dropping to their respective point. So a lot of teams that want to drop around the northern side. If it's going to be a northern circle, it's going to be worth it. If it's not, then it's really not going to be worth it. Like we mentioned before, Crater Fields, maybe St. Martin again, but high chances we might end up at Hacienda del Patron, because that's where the usual circles. And it's kind of a pattern early on.
Okay, so since you don't have a favorite, we're granted the regular favorite, which is like in the middle of the map. Kind of like a pretty nice circle, I would say, so far. It's not going to be too... There's a lot of room to play in this kind of circle, so we can probably see a good spread later on, unless when the circle gets a little bit wonky, if it goes to like some of the hard-to-reach places, then the conversation will be a little bit different. But for now, we can expect some of the teams to like just play it as a fairly good spread in the circle.
Yoodo Alliance do share a bit of it with TEM Entertainment just now on top of Los Leones. So far, feels like last match just now kind of give them a sort of marking their territories, invisible line, respecting each other and just having a truce for a bit. If they want to fight too early, definitely too much unnecessary fights early on. So if you saw the pattern when it comes to PUBG Mobile, Southeast Asia recently, you notice that most of the team up there, they don't want to have engagement too early on, especially in first phase. So they will try to drag it out, try to survive and play it safe until when it's time for them to open fires. We're talking about the third or the fourth circle. So definitely a lot of teams that kind of get the idea about the recent pattern. We try to avoid overcommitting to few fights because it's not worth it to actually get a couple of eliminations early, but the entire team jeopardizing the positions and not getting, the moment that the whole team or even 3 of your teammates down, you're just shutting the door for them to get any more points after that.
Yeah, that's why it's especially during the early stages, it's important to try to keep your team intact, like as far as possible. But of course, we have seen like we've seen a lot of occasions whereby you place a duo and then all of a sudden you get the chicken dinner. Although it's not the ideal situation and it's not easy to pull off, you don't want to put your teammates into an unnecessary stress, right? So I guess at the end of the day, everyone just needs to like really try to keep it together and try not to make those very, very early mistakes and not go out like during the first or second or third phase of the circle. If not, it's going to be really tough towards the end.
Back to the teams. Very calm right now before the storm as usual. The PUBG Mobile is all down to drop loot as fast as you can and try to build up around your gears. At the same time, survive. But in the meantime, while surviving, you have to have sharp skills and very cautious about your every move, making sure that every single bullet will translate into sort of benefit for the entire team, not just giving away your positions. And so all the players are playing very, very safe games for now, because right now we are in the middle of the week. We're talking about the middle of the league, the second week where everything matters for these teams. If you're left out in the second week, you cannot catch up when it comes to the final week in the next one. So this is where they want to gain as much point as possible, especially the teams on the bottom one. But we have a feeling this might be actually a bit of a scuffle. Well, it's no fun if we don't have any hiccups. So when it comes to hiccups, it's always something good later on.
But I worry that this is a hiccup for Adibs. But is it getting away? Did he manage to? Yeah, it should be okay. But what's also going to be okay is that we are here. We're okay. We're together with you. And literally what I mean. We're together with you again. And we're okay. Still, hope you guys are okay too.
Yep, and well, we're going to have a bit of a time here to wait for the players. We're going to have a remake. I'm just going to say out loud anyways, because there must be a reason for this to happen in the first place. So while waiting for the players to get back into the lobby, we saw how quiet that was, and definitely nobody being eliminated. So it's a very fair remake, by the way. Hopefully things going to start off really smooth sailing after this. But, well, nothing much happened just now.
Well, at least we're going to have a reset of the circle, so we will likely to see a different one. It was a kind of nice circle. Like in the middle, it had a lot of areas that a lot of other teams get to play, and there's a lot of room basically. So it was kind of like a nice circle. I'm pretty sure like the teams would have wished that if only we kind of kept that going through, then that'll be kind of nice for most of the teams. But the reality is that it could reset. Whether they get the same one or not, it'll depend. But if you get a wonky one, I wouldn't mind that.
But also, since we're waiting for the next one to start, the highest elimination by far is going to be BN United and also Geek Fam with 16 elimination. I kind of confirmed that with the production team and the stats team just now. So that 16 is still the magical number for the players to actually get themselves extra after this. And the shortest live is still going to be DBD, 1 minute 12 seconds. I guess it's going to be it. So we haven't got any break of a record so far when it comes to the middle of the league. And speaking of the league, I do know you guys, maybe new players, want to learn about a thing or two when it comes to PUBG Mobile, hence you are here watching the game. So we try to give as much information for the new players about what's happening, how the rotation going on, because there's so many patterns of formation. Depends on the flight path, depends on the circle, how the players approach to certain fights. So down to us the things that they cannot control, which is going to be circle the flight path.
Yeah, so that is of course like the key thing, and like what you mentioned, like in the previous round, right? Like NFT got a good advantage because of the circle, and that's how they got themselves kind of way up high. But of course, Geek Fam, on the other hand, they kind of show that, okay, we don't have the circle, but yet again, we can fight our way through. We know how to manage ourselves, and that's how they got the chicken dinner, of course. It is, for the players' mentality side, it is, the thing about the circle is that it shouldn't be like the key thing in their head. And this is conversations that often hear. It's like, okay, you cannot like hope for the circle to be yours. If you get disappointed, you kind of lose focus and so on and so forth, and it becomes like a, it just rolls all the way down. So they would need to always be like prepared for like, okay, what if the circle goes here? What if the circle goes there? And just need to play around it, and that's just how the nature of the game is.
Okay. And also speaking of next one, we do want to see one of the many reasons is it going to be ended up with also the slot for 1 to 6 slot. Is it still going to be the ties? Because we did witness last week which going to be taken over all the ties, and so far they're still performing consistently. So now that's a big spot there for these guys, because we talked about also will it be top 5 for the slot in PMGC as well in the future taken by. Now this is going to be a long shot, because first and foremost, definitely the players are playing here in the league right now want to just secure their top 16 spot in the grand final of PUBG Mobile Pro League PMPL South Asia grand finals, which is going to be 3 days. Now based on the consistency showed by the side of the Thailand teams, I'm not surprised if aside from Infinity and Bacon, like the other 4 slots, majority will be taken by the Thai teams. There are 5 slots available, but will all the Thai teams, 6 of them, going to PMGC straight?
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if majority of them will be from Thai. I mean, just look at like not only like this week or not only like last week, but just because of the consistency that comes from them, a majority of them are still on the page 1, and a lot of them are like top 3, top 4, top 5, somewhere around there, and they're just switching around around there, but still maintaining at the top. So it does look scary in terms of their consistent and in terms of what they can deliver as well. So that's sort of like a hint of or an idea of what might happen in the grand finals. But here we go, Miramar.
Thank you. We are back into Miramar, by the way. Thank you for that, Cloud. I forgot to unmute my mic. And we talked about how this is going to be a smooth sailing. Hopefully it does actually reflect that and nothing happens in between. We did saw a couple of flight paths just now. Now, this one is a very different one. We have the south part of it before this, and this is going to be all the way to up north. Even Campo Militar for this flight path. Definitely going to change a lot when it comes to certain drop spot of the players if they want to secure themselves in the circle. It depends on the circle at first spots later on.
Yeah, so, well, we saw a nice one before this. Whether we'll see another nice one, it of course depends on the circle god. But if according to like your theory, you always theorize like, okay, if the flight path is like one side, and then the circle will be on the other side. So if the circle, it goes, as long as it's not Los Leones, I'm cool. I don't really like a Los Leones circle. But if it goes like Puerto Price or even like a Chumacera, those kind of high ground, that's pretty nice as well. But of course, that's at the end of the day, that is really, really random. I think at some point it's like, okay, probably that pattern doesn't really work anymore, but if we just want to like put it out a theory, like, okay, that could be the closest one.
Well, at least right now Los Leones will not be within that much of a reach for some teams. We do know that there's no vacant time, so nobody dropped more than a couple of more teams. But it's going to be Chumacera Circle. Ego Esports will rejoice for this.
Ego Esports will love this, and this kind of circle, another team that does really, really well is the Infinity. Because they know that they're close to some of the key checkpoints on top of the high grounds, and that's always very nice to be at. And they happen to always drop into Monte Nuevo, which is not too far away. We'll see them looting fast. That's going to be their key thing, and then they'll go up to the checkpoints onto the high grounds of Chumacera. They'll pick one of the nice spots, and they'll park themselves there and defend it really, really well. But this is a rare sight. Oh, they use it to go down south where nobody is at for sure. So Alan has this whole place to loot. Very fast, very nice.
Oh, we do know Alan, how he actually really good when it comes to his ability to survive and not just secure so many elimination points for the side of GIDS. So I'm not surprised he's trying to go solo. He's really confident and really high-skilled player, a formidable player as a whole. But back to as a circle just now. Well, GIDS, definitely one of the teams that love to nomad, and they have no certain drop spot. It depends They just play it along the flight path. I'm loving the fact that they're very adaptive. They're very flexible towards their surrounding, which you have to be flexible with the things that you cannot control in the game. And in this case, they are doing it very well.
Yeah, flexibility definitely is the key here. I mean, just look at some of the teams, like sometimes they like to play from the outside, sometimes they play it in the middle, sometimes they play a little bit slow, sometimes they play a little bit faster, and that's also depending on the circle and the flight path and all these factors in between. And of course, another factor is that because this is a rolling schedule, so the groups change every round, so you kind of like need to adapt to like, oh, okay, in this kind of area, what kind of checkpoints will be, what kind of teams or who might be there at what timing. So there's just a lot of factors that these teams need to adapt. And that's always the hardest part, in fact, in playing in competitive PUBG Mobile, is that everyone is just so good and everyone is as adaptable. So it is just like who will be able to overcome what at what kind of situation.
But speaking of TEM Entertainment, at least this time, they're working quite right. We talk about week number 2, they're performing, even got themselves a double chicken. Well, they went empty-handed without any chicken for our first week. But definitely that gave them so much experience and they learn it by fly. So I'm talking about these are the teams who get to learn fastest. That's why there's a reason we make it league in the first place. So the players, when they reach the grand final, they are very different when they started off the league. When it comes to the reaching out to a grand final, it's the result of how much they train towards the 3 weeks of league, and that's the final product of it. If you don't learn as much, then unfortunate for you, it's going to be a really tough one, because in this case, it's going to be Box Aim and BN United. You saw how much of a difference, of a failure, that actually being, that actually taught so much for BN United when it comes to second week. They perform way different if you compare with the last week.
Oh yeah, very, very different for BN United. Last week they were like, what? At the bottom, and this week is like, okay, at least they're somewhere in the middle, so that's not too bad, not too shabby. And if they can end somewhere in the middle, even though last week they were at the bottom, at least next week, theoretically, if they're still like somewhere in the middle, they could book themselves a ticket into the next round. But of course, that's also because if, again, some of the usual suspects like Semnai, like four rivals, like DBD, if they still end up like at the bottom, then, you know, theoretically, those elimination slots would go to those teams, and that would give other teams better chance of going into the grand final. So there are two factors to look at here.
Okay. Well, see, your chat is really happy about football. I wish I can actually watch it as well. Yep, I know. I'm not really in a cave. I know what's going on as well. But back to the side of FaZe. Now, this is a team that used to be one of the best. That's just how much they stretch a gap. Around 50 points, if I recall. The biggest gap between the first and second place. But this time, definitely, they play it, well, low profile this time. Maybe they're just trying to... This second week is really crucial for most of the team because they want to experiment things. And this is where, especially the top-tier teams, we're talking about FaZe, Infinity, and we can call majority of top Thai teams. They want to experiment stuff so they can actually have a secret technique or even a trump card they can reveal during the grand final. Now, mark my words, the teams are not showing all they can do. Well, we did mention about Alan before. They're not showing everything that they can do right now until the grand final. And one of the real secret weapon we mentioned is going to be GIDS Alan. Alone or not, he doesn't care. He still can take one of the players come up from FaZe Clan. It's not any players, it's FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it happened to be Tony K as well. So for the second time in a row, Tony K became the first FaZe Clan member to get eliminated. It didn't really fare well for them in the previous round. They could have done better, but it is what it is. And that's the bad thing about losing like someone like a Tony K, or similar to him will be someone like a Yuhai, for example. It's like if they work well, especially when it comes to the later stages, like 5th circle onwards. And if they got eliminated before, basically there's how should I put it? Like there is no impact from them at the early stages, and that's not really a bad thing, because if they survive towards the end or towards the 5th circle onwards, the game is all theirs. But for FaZe Clan to lose Tony K early on, I can't worry for them towards the fifth phase circle onwards.
Now the rest of GIDS will try to back up Alan, who are giving a lot of information relayed back to the rest of the team. That on top of Minas Generalist, now FaZe have to build this one out. I agree with you because I had the fact that Cloud yesterday this chat with the rest of BM side channel. We love to have this kind of chat. I asked them, why is it so strong for these guys and why some teams are not performing well? We had the same conclusion saying, especially on the Malaysian side, I asked, what can they do to make it better? So it's always the same thing that they're making themselves caught in a trap, which is going to be they are forcing too much fight in the early match or first two phases. And once they lost men too much early on, they couldn't survive where the circle matters. Now, how do you know when the circle really matters? It's going to be on the third phase to know where the exact compound will define the last few circles. That's going to be the third one to define where you should stand. The fourth circle is where you should expect what we call the Great Migration. You should expect there will be, if there's 16 teams, all 16 teams will try to get themselves in the circle. So if you're keeping at fourth phase, that will be perfect time for you to form your eliminations. When it comes to the fifth phase, you know nobody will be outside of circle because it's too much of a pain. Circle transition again, I have a feeling we might end up on Chumasera.
Yeah, a common spot here so far based on the past few rounds. Whenever this kind of circle, it always goes up to the high ground on top of Chumasera. We can theorize around the areas where GDGIDS is at, BN United is at, perhaps also where the Infinity is at. So some of those key areas. And being up there first, it gives the advantage of like looking over the teams that makes that rotation. So for example, like Buriram United, when they rotate down on this road, even though if they're not shot at, like they will give away their position of wherever they're going to be at. So that's the advantage of those teams up there and the value of it. Even though the circle goes down towards the Chumasera town, it's fine. It's easier to always from up to down rather than, well, down to up.
It depends on the terrain in this case. Vampires shifted their place towards more the high grounds, but definitely they will not having their stand ground here, which means they will not try to defend. They're still trying to find an exact position that makes them most comfortable. Now, if you play a Battle Royale game, you want to make sure the defense that you put up with the prime spot, it has structures you can take covers from. So you do have to know the exit out, the entry in, how many entries there are, how many set of eyes you actually have to get all the entry points. So if these guys know everything to the extent of every nook and cranny and how much of a distance if they have to toss around a grenade, if the entry point is one entry point only, it's perfect for them to got that certain compound. In this case, Buriram I feel like they still try to scout things out with Kenzo. Quite separated for Buriram, but Four Rivals is a different story. Now, what happened to Four Rivals?
I guess the bigger question is, where is Jumper? We haven't seen him since, like, what, the first or second day or so? So, yeah, he's been missing. Of course, the performance is questionable still. Like, when he didn't play and April played, and then they kind of like, okay, go up a little bit more. But this week is still the same case. April is playing, Jumper is taking a break, but yet the performance is still down there. So could it be only the player or something else needs to be changed? This is still the question mark for Four Rivals that still can't really see the pattern yet.
Oh, well, speaking of warming up, it's already on second week here. Speaking of adaptations, already at the end of second week, so they need to work something out for the teams down there. But also, while we're on live, I want to speak out my condolences towards the side of the Thai region. The recent incidents going on. If you guys actually watch the news, hopefully everything is okay down there. But back towards the side of a game, Yoodo Alliance. Now, this team is always hot and cold here. But right now, they're in middle bracket. Same as for last week, middle bracket. They need to have a bit of a breakthrough. DBD transition themselves inside of a circle. They do know when it comes to third phase. This is what I mentioned. Third phase, you always give an idea about how you want to pick your poison or pick the place you want to go later, because it's going to be really important circle. And the next one, we might looking over maybe Voldemort. It's such a rare circle. Maybe Chumasera. Oh, Voldemort. And Minas de Vel. So the team's not there. If only somebody landed on Minas Delsa. Now this is going to be a perfect one.
Early on, it was GIDS. Like Alan went to Minas Delsa or Validemar, the southern side. But of course, if that kind of circle, everyone would have been like, okay, let's go to the main peninsula anyway. I'm interested to see which team would commit down to Minas Delsa. The percentage is lower, but if anyone goes there, I want to see what kind of risk who would want to take that kind of risk. But now, speaking about taking risks, DBD. Looks like we have Yen going to take a fight against Buriram United. Gengzo, 10% of health, but cover fire coming from the other side, so he'll be okay.
But at the same time, Buriram and also DBD have to wrap things up really fast because we have TEM Entertainment joining in from the sidelines as well. So you have two more teams coming up to this direction. Or DBD, they want to counter fire, managed to get on one, yes, really low. BN United, D-Xaviers and 4 rivals happen to have a 3-way clash here. With BN United stuck in between. Max got down in time to take a 1-on-1 versus Lamborghini. Alter Ego happens to be there as well. What is happening? Lamborghini and both Max down, no more to be seen, but BN United try to build, caught up in the process. These Xaviers taking on Alter Ego. They have to hold their fort for a bit. 4 rivals are the ones getting away.
I know, right? 4 rivals like, oh nope, I'm not gonna have any of this unless I can steal some away. But the Xavier notices 4 rivals. Voki goes down. Rabis is coming closer and closer. But then again, it's because of Duke. He needs to be picked up. Rabis down to 50% health. Alter Ego is still on the back of the Xavier. And they have the high ground, but they can't see where exactly the Xavier is at. But that also means that the Xavier, they're kind of stuck in this trench here.
Voki trying to just boost himself up. Raby's cooking up the nade. It's going to be a few more seconds. He's going to release it. While Duke is still on the ground bleeding out. Frank is too far off. Alter Ego's eyes like a hawk watching out 2 teams at the same time. Pombit spotted out the vehicle but couldn't see the player. Pamburu finish off Duke straight away. From afar, there's going to be a long-range shot. Frankie on the other end trying to counter fire, but the thing is, he couldn't spot out. The player's just too far.
Yeah, it's not a position that's easy for him to play with. Pretty much Rabis is on his own at this point. A little bit of a cover fire can happen, but pretty much that's about it. But now we move over to Sem9 and Alter Ego. Sem9 with a high ground. Now it's going to be interesting that this kind of circle also splits out the main peninsula and the other side, meaning that the playable area, I'm still looking at it to be the main peninsula. So that means the playable area is like cut down by what? To 60%.
But at the same time in this area, we have a lot of red dot scope within 200 meters. Really too hard to just pinpoint them. Rabies, well, he's swimming to his death right now. We're looking over April with around, I think, 300 meters away. It's going to be Frankie. But he got himself a good scope to work with. Definitely saw Frankie coming through, but at the same time, there's no way they can save Rabies anymore. He's going to be down. And also NFT coming up from the back. These Xaviers, they are hammed down really hard.
The moment we thought, like, okay, they're up for it. They're going to get the #1 spot. They probably have it. It's the comeback moment for these Xavier, but you know, they just have to drop this round. But it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. They're still up there, so that's fine. I mean, anyway, they're pretty much sandwiched between like 2 teams, so it's really hard to play this round. But the circle, as most of us would expect, is that they will be on the main peninsula. A little bit of water, maybe about 10 to 15%. So about, say, 80% playable land still. But 80% of the playable land, that also means that a lot of teams they are currently in there. They will hold majority of it because of the high ground especially.
Yep. But back to its DBD. They managed to reset amongst themselves here, even though they lost Yen along the process. Echo gonna join in and move with the team as a whole and just try to move forward about how to advance into the circle. Ego Esports put out Yoodo Alliance. They're gonna gatekeep this for a bit because there's gonna be, they can do that. But at the same time, though they got themselves a high ground, I don't feel like F1 is where he wants to be at right now since it's the blue zone circling over. But on the side of Box Gaming and Sem9, look at how many nades they are cooking up.
Ooh, nade from Putra. Doesn't connect though. Molly from Putra as well. He tries to aim onto one from Box Gaming on the left, but it does not connect yet. But oh, hang on a second. Soa still managed to get an elimination point out of F1. That still happened on the other side. But Ripple Boy onto Tuan Z. Let's go.
Well, running into the blue zone at the same time, you have to survive and get some elimination points along the process. Chua is really low right now. Got himself first 8 still to work with. Down to 2. 4 bayonets, 5 boosts, and 3 nades. But now twice fighting the entire wall of Yoodo Alliance against him. Being cornered left, right, center. Where to go? Try to zigzag away, but he almost got one. That's going to be the end of Ego Esports, one of the teams that's going out too soon.
Yeah, it's going to be worrying for Ego Esports if they end up at the end of this week on that bottom, because that means that next week will be super crucial for them. But Buriram United Kingso almost blown the smithereens.
Oh, but he got himself still utilities to work with. It's going to be fine. Back to South Buriram. They tried to stop TEM Entertainment from moving forward, but only one of them inside of a circle. Tiger X backfired entirely. Counterfire from afar. It's hit right in the head there. Mormon will be saved by Bavy. I'm not sure how many smokes he actually has. He needs to pop up the smoke because Sky is watching from behind. Bavy's really in danger zone. He didn't realize he's been circled around, and that's going to be the spray coming out from Sky. Take it out on Bavy, really low. And now Esther trying to sing trap here. And Bavy knocked down finally by Sky. But at the same time, Esther a bit too late spotted now. A nice clip there.
Oh, no.
Sky slowly back out, and it's going to be the end of it.
Unfortunately, he had to be on the outside of the zone. If not, he would have been. Oh, wait, Tiger, wait, what? Wait, what? What just happened to the vehicle? Wait a second. What's that? How did that just happen? And they're gonna cost him. TEM Entertainment took advantage of it, but Buriram United down to Kings of the last man. TEM Entertainment moves in. And what just happened there? Oh no, such a disaster for them.
Oh, Buriram, they thought they circled them out, but they're being out-cornered by side of TEM Entertainment, who's ingeniously actually make it a trap towards the side of Buriram. Now back to the side of NFT, they try to flash out Alter Ego, but Pombit making sure he still stands from the outside.
Oh, NFT, now they are fighting on the outside of the circle. 21 more seconds on the clock, they need to make this quick as Potato moves in. NFT, down to Fnatic as well as Potato and Pombit. Can he win this fight? One more to go, but he's somewhere else. But look at this. It's going to be somewhere else, like maybe the high ground.
4 rivals gatekeeping them, taking as a third party. Spotter NFT fighting against another team. And Vampires come up from behind. Oh, you rip what you sow, 4 rivals. They are taking as a third party. Now they get third party Vampires. Fluke have taken up Pambura. Naples down on the ground. BN United Silence is down somewhere. But Vampires, though, got shot down by the side of NFT from afar. Silence still going to keep it quiet. I'm not sure if it's going to put his nose into this business too.
Yeah, I wonder if he can take advantage of that to steal away the elimination point out of Stone. But it seems to be a tight angle for Silence, and because he's the last man standing, he's probably not going to take that risk for now. He's just going to stay put. But what's not going to be able to stay put is going to be Stress because he needs to move into the circle. His teammate Stone is being picked up, but the counterfire comes in for the other side, Sem9 as well. They need to win this fight against Boss Gaming to get into the circle, but unfortunately, Depp will be eliminated by Soas.
Deep and Harm trying to actually finish off and circle around square one. That's going to be it. Let's finish it off with a spray, and that was a brilliant move coming out from the side of SM9. What a nice eliminations there with dominations right now. Over 5 eliminations coming up from SM9, but they're not done yet for the other teams. 4 rivals still struggling at the Cliff Hill.
Oh, that was a close one there for SM9. But now Volky, 50% health, Strap still behind him. Gotta be careful not to be able to reveal himself. But Mela moving in. FaZe Clan looks to be in trouble. Ventora's been naded down. FaZe Clan number 10. No elimination points. And that is it for FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, they go out without Tony K in this stage of the circle.
At the same time, this gives the opportunity for Infinity to climb up to second place anytime soon. And Vampire still going to lock down on Voki, who's also being pressured by the Blues. And Happy on the other end already knocked down by the side of Sam9. Now, Dips is everywhere. It's on fire right now for Dips. But at the same time, Vampires, how can they get out from it? They just spotted out Silence. Definitely tried to spray it down. Fluker trying to take down Silence, but he's just not making himself easy to take down. Trying to backstab by Jamie. Ow, Alan. Why you have to be there?
It's the second time that Alan backstabbed someone. Earlier on, it was FaZe Clan, Tony K, and now it happened to be Volky. And because of that, 4 rivals have been eliminated. But now Vampire, they need to cross the road. The circle seems to go up. And it seems to be the Infinity getting the circle for themselves.
Our circle is less than 200 meters, 2 by 200 meters. At the same time, there's only one team in the center, and the rest of them have to fight themselves through, including TEM Entertainment. Mormon and also his teammate Omtans trying to pick out from the strike, but at the same time, they are giving too much information. One nade can just obliterate them. GIDS Daybot cooking up the nade, exchanging with Shamil, who's cooking up the same nade here. But definitely it's going to be the first one tossed over by Daybot. Snizzle tried to spot out from afar. But both teams right now, Yoodo Alliance, GIDS, not inside of a circle.
Ooh, all of them on the outside, like what you mentioned. This is going to be tough. Time is not on their side. Time is ticking down, but Yoodo Alliance, they still need to win the fight. They have no other choice. They're trying to find a good angle. As Booms goes down to Olio, this could be their opening. Olio, 1v1 by Olio! Oh no, loses the fight to Sissel.
And so on the rest of GIDS, only 50 meters to get into the circle, but have to take down on Yoodo Alliance first. TEM Entertainment, or you realize they need to make it through. Daybot spraying around towards the side of Yoodo Alliance, but couldn't spot them out, and that's going to be the end for Yoodo Alliance. Last man standing is down.
Oh, number 6, 3 elimination points for Yoodo Alliance. Now we're down to the top 5 teams with 15 players still alive. TEM Entertainment moving their way into the circle, but they need to be aware that the Infinity is still around. The Infinity, such a good spread so far, but the high ground goes to GIDS.
With 4 men for both Team Infinity and GIDS, the others quite still have enough manpower to defend themselves a bit more. Now we saw the Molotov toss over the side of Nuzi, but TEM Entertainment Mormon, they're not being guarded by the back line. But Logan have his eyes out there, but Mormon got down by Logan first. He got a clear sight there. They're going to finish off Empire slowly but surely. Down to 1 man, Flukov. Where to run, nowhere to hide, and that's going to be the end, down to 4.
Oh, Step 9, still on the outside of the circle, need to find their way through. The Infinity is going to stop them, but Logan needs to be picked up. Mela, 1v1 against Adib, the closest team member from Step 9. Who's currently playing by the edge of the circle. The rest of them still on the outside. Mela tosses a nail to the side of Adib. It will not connect. Adib counters back with a molly. Still not connecting as well.
Adib!
Oh!
Left, right, center, bullets everywhere, and there's nowhere for Dips to run. But at the same time, TEM Entertainment slowly closing in. 1 knockdown, down to only 1 person. I'm not sure is it going to be Mormon or not. When this time, Mela just could spray over. What a nice peek and hide. And coming up from Mela, he clutched it. For the side of Infinity, eliminated the entirety of Sen 9 by himself.
Oh, the Infinity looking strong here, but their next challenge is going to be getting into the circle, whereby TEM Entertainment, they're currently in it together with GIDS. GIDS, they have the high ground advantage against the Infinity. Looks like they are controlling the situation at this moment. Booms with the long range shot to the Infinity, but they cannot connect those shots enough to take them down.
Alan, what a guy. Every single time he sprays, something will go down. Definitely someone will struggle and someone will get hurt. Infinity on the other hand put out. This is going to be a perfect timing for Nuzi. If he stands up, I couldn't, because he's the last member of Infinity. Not really, there's 4 of them still, but he's the only one there. But if he stands up, you can see straight where TEM Entertainment is. He did, he saw, he tried to conquer, but at the same time, will the backup reach them? Well, Logan's there, finish off moment. Down to only 2 teams here, 4 versus 4.
And now this is the challenge for the Infinity. They need to fight against the high ground controlled by GIDS, but they have done it before in another round. Nuzi coming for the flash, takes down Alan. This could be the opening. He tries to get the second one onto Daybot. Daybot down to 40% health, but Daybot is still alive. Alan, Daybot goes down as well. Nuzi gets 2 back-to-back.
This is Nuzi's specialty when it comes to from down to high ground. He knows exactly how to shoot. He might clutch his entirety. He's choking them down. But funny boost for down Nuzi. Where are the rest of them? Mela coming from flank side. Finish up. 1 more player. It's going to be Boom of GIDS. Really close of getting it. Booms need to actually help the other team. Mela is pushing in. Pushing.
They're
Mela
going in.
of Infinity. What a strong coordination from the team. My God. That chicken dinner was well deserved.
Again, this is an amazing round for the Infinity. Not gonna lie about that. They didn't have the circle. They were on the lower ground, but they still managed to beat the odds to take over that high ground where GIDS held so strongly. And the opening of that fight, it has to be given towards Nuzi. 1 knockdown. You thought that the first knockdown was impressive. The second knockdown from Nuzi, because of his flank, that opened up the gateway for his other team, for Mela to come in from the left side to finish off GIDS. What a coordination from the Infinity. It is just out of this world.
Every single time in the last few circles, it's going to be a bit of a hike from low to high grounds. Nuzi always make the first entry, and every single time he knows how exactly to pick from it. And because of him opening up the space and opening up the opportunity for the side of Infinity, Mela, we do know he's a housekeeper. Because why? He cleaned all the things that have been knocked down after that. Okay, so we're gonna call Mela as the housekeeper for now. But Nuzi definitely, he's the entry fragger. I mean, like, he did so much work just now. The rest of the team, Logan, giving so much support as well. But just to relieve the moment from the start here, GIDS has been very aggressive since the start. We're talking about, well, I did mention to you guys, the fourth phase of the circle is where everything gets real chaotic.
Yeah, that's where, and plus this kind of circle, you kind of think about it, like 4th, 5th circle, it was like, there's some unplayable areas like the water that nobody will play. This is where the moment it gets wonky, I would say. Putting Tiger on an area that is like uncomfortable for him, but he still managed to get one knockdown. That was kind of like interesting there. But with this circle, it's really, really wonky. At some point, it was like, what, only 80% of playable land, and even that, there's a lot of high grounds to play with, and if you're not up there, disadvantage to you. So it is really, really challenging. But then again, of course, as viewers, we love this kind of circle. Give us a challenging one, and we got it.
And also, some teams, when it comes to getting... Well, Infinity is just so good at picking terrains in the last minute. They always know where to pick with the hills. They don't like to use the structures like small shacks or like too much trees. When it comes to this sort of circle, they just pick it over when it comes to the uneven terrain. They use it at its best.
Oh my goodness, I just had to admire again the flank from Nuzi. That was superb, and he was at a disadvantage because how the terrain is. And the best part is that when he slipped through towards the side, GIDS didn't spot him. So he showed his ninja-ness, basically, in that round. That was, again, oh my goodness, this guy, if he's not the MVP for this season, I don't know, man. There's something really, really off. But yeah, I'm just impressed. There's nothing else to say.
At the same time now, definitely there's going to be, speaking of Nuzi, on the run for, it's actually in the run for the MVP, which speaks about Tony K now. I'm not sure about how that will affect for overall. Infinity with 27 points this time, which closely behind GIDS at 18 points, 79 at 16. TEM Entertainment and Vampires, back-to-back Thai teams, they have 12 points each. Yoodo Alliance and 4 rivals, back-to-back Malaysian team with 7 points. Alter Ego at 5 points, Box Gaming at 3. We don't have anybody go empty-handed right now. That's a good round.
Yeah, at least everyone got back something, even like the Eagles and FaZe Clan as well. But a little bit sad for FaZe Clan because they didn't have Tony K early. It was thanks to Alan, took out Tony K, and that gave them a big handicap towards the later stage of the game. But no surprises really. MVP, not only because of the stats he's an MVP in this round, but Nuzi, the quality of his move, opening up the flanks and getting 2 knocks back to back without himself getting knocked, that is just out of this world.
Well, Nuzi, yeah, well, if it's not Nuzi, it's definitely going to be Mela. If it's not Mela, it's going to be like, what, Tony? If it's not Tony, it's going to be Logan. It's always all these 4 players alternating for the MVP. Definitely Mela is closely behind. But when it talks about weekly rankings, this is where everything matters. Look at this, 1 point different between Infinity and TEM Entertainment. But look at the overall. Now, this is where things getting the same like last week. We are not surprised tomorrow, top 6 again for the Thai teams, because Saturday last week, this is what exactly happened, as all the Thais making up for the first page.
Yeah, except for Vampires. So they have a little bit of work to do, but we still have like, what, 7 more games to play? Yeah, 7 more games to play. Well, for the team itself, it's like 6 more games to play. But anyway, that's enough if they want to get into the first page. Now, whether they can get like, again, a stacked up of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and become the Titans against as what we saw last week is still yet to be seen. But I won't be ruling that out just yet. I mean, we have seen it last week, so we can't say no to any of that.
But I do want to see the rise of the Indonesian teams, because we haven't seen them that too much. Like last week, we did see a lot of highlight and spotlight for the Vietnam team. Well, we're going to put aside Thai first, because definitely Thais everywhere these days. They are dominating this. We're talking about if there's PMPL country finals Thais or not, because they're just too much of a monster. Back to our recap right now. We do have a flight path which is different from before the remake, which is on the northern side, which ended up the circle Minas Devel at first. Now this is a tricky circle because how much of the valley high grounds are so uneven, it ended up there.
Yeah, it just so happened that the top 2 teams, which is GIDS and the Infinity, both of them prioritized the high ground. And that is actually key towards this kind of circle. If you see this kind of circle, go towards that. But of course, that also depends on your positioning. How fast can you get there? If it's too far away from you, from your drop spot, then you might not want to risk it because other teams will be there in the first place. And that's where we see that 7-9, they take a different route. They don't go straight up to those high grounds because they know that kind of theory it happens. And if you go there, you'll be faced up against the Infinity and GIDS. Not the fight that you want to take very early on.
Yoodo Alliance, even though they got quite a number of high grounds here, but definitely it's not favoring them in the case of the circle. If you look at how Infinity, they're actually playing a bit of a slope of a hill and also the foot of the hills there. It was risky at first if they lingered around lurking too late and getting caught up by the blue. But how they position themselves here, it's just brilliant and white. They know the fact that Snizzle is the most important informant coming up from GIDS. They know exactly where the informants will stand for the team that's trying to take over the most prime spot. And that's the biggest decision making for the teams that are trying to win over the chicken dinner. You have to know who to shoot down first in the cases of who's actually giving the information away. The informant is so important for the team that's trying to, defend as long as they can. But still, congratulations for all the teams just now. Definitely, it's a really tough one winning, but they still make it. It's Infinity, and this is really good when it comes to playing the tough terrain.
And for the record, this is his second time, or I would say the Infinity's second time, winning a fight that when they were on the lower ground and they had to go to the high, they had to fight another team on the high ground and they still win. So it's not the first time for them doing that. Now, the Infinity, well, no surprises. They will be at the top of the most damage. Gatuni, Nuzi, but Voki slipping in. Wow, this is interesting. Voki, he lasted the longest for 4 rivals. He had to fight teams coming from left and right, and well-deserved most damage, I would say.
This is what I mentioned before, specifically yesterday towards the comments. We had the discussion where Voki is really strong. 4 rivals really strong when it comes to power. It's just their rotation got caught up into a crossfire of 3 to 4 teams. Well, for the next one, we're going to go back to as Erangel. For the teams to focus this time, it's going to be TEM Entertainment, Infinity, and FaZe. I'm gladly to see SLT there because there's a different flag entirely. Well, last week it was a lot of Sanhok / Miramar for the ties. This week, they are aimed towards Erangel more.
I'm impressed with the fact that TEM Entertainment got 100 rank points inside of Erangel. That means they really know how to survive Erangel. That is just something. I think it's the first time we saw a 3-digit for that stat. But here is going to be the groups that are going to be playing after this. A, B, D, and E. That means Group C is going to take a break. That's going to be the Eagles. FaZe Clan is taking a break. NFT Esports as well as SEM9. And we would like to invite again Group E back into the game. Boom Esports, Bacon Time, Geek Fam and SLD will be making their re-debut again in Erangel.
Yep, and speaking of Group C, so it's going to be the teams that love around Joker Pool. One of them going to be FaZe, will not be there. But do keep your eyes out because Joker Pool, sometimes there's a lot of visitors. It depends on flight path, really. Right now, these days, like for me, initial drop spot is not as important about adapting to the flight path for the teams. Like I love how GIDS is playing because they just play around the flight path, playing around the constant of something that you can't control, which in this case flight path and circle. So whatever the situation is for this team, they know how to accommodate themselves in certain tight spots. So it's really important for them to play around that, because sometimes in the case where the flight path doesn't favor you and it's too far from your drop spot, yes, you can find vehicle, but you might actually get snatched for your vehicle along the process.
But don't forget as well to snatch away this upcoming promotion. Well, we don't know when is it yet, so keep your eye in game. This is the Bobo Boy collaboration with PUBG Mobile that's coming somewhere this month. Now, to be fair, it's not mentioned what date exactly this month, so you got to keep your eye off whether it's the social medias of PUBG Mobile. Don't forget to follow as well. They're on Instagram, they're on TikTok, they're on Facebook, and so on and so forth. Don't forget to do that. And also in-game, check it out for time to time because this is coming really, really soon. And some teasers are already on social media, but I won't spoil that for you guys.
And also the second phase of Rabu Party is going to be every Wednesday. Today is already Saturday, so wait for next week because you can get yourself a double more points if you push your rank when it comes to trying to get weekly prizes. Don't forget, if you have extraordinary place that we might actually looking into. Hashtag Way Rabu Padu Menang Selalu. It's going to be in BM language, but everybody's invited, and we are opening up our arms towards all the other players who are playing outside of Malaysia too.
Yeah, of course. This campaign is at the end of the month, so don't forget to just grind it out, because there's only 3 more weeks to go. Time is not that much. That also means that there's 3 more Wednesdays to get that double point. So keep your eye on the Wednesdays. Do play a little bit more that time. And when you play, you can also play together with your friends. And together, you guys collect points to get all the freebies that's available inside the Rabu Padu promotion. But those are the promotions that you'll be hearing from us throughout this league. We don't know if anything will change in the finals, but that will be for later. But after this, we will be seeing our first Erangel after this. So, what's your gut feel on the next round? Putting aside the prediction.
Well, it's going to be Erangel. We do know Erangel is where everybody really fights for everything, because it's the OG map. We talk about OG map because this is where you played your first tutorial back in the days before we have a firing range, whatever. So this is going to be one of the most important maps to have a grasp on. We're talking about all international or local tournaments we focus on Erangel. So definitely the teams not performing last week will have to push this one really hard. If not, they have really a tough time to get themselves into the top 16. They will get relegated.
Yeah, so you made a good point. It's because we are towards the end of week 2, and again, especially for teams at the bottom half, right, or at the really end, and especially for those teams that last week they were in the same situation. If they are still there by the end of the week, meaning that tomorrow or meaning that next week will be really hard for them to catch up to the number 1 spot. Even if number 1 spots team or the top teams want to chill out during the final week because they kind of confirmed their ticket into the final, it is still hard, because they will want to collect as many starting points as possible in the grand finals. But that is okay, so we have a similar prediction. Wow, okay.
It's not mine.
Well, okay, yeah. To be fair, it is not ours. It just so happened. So your manager and production happen to be thinking the same. I won't deny this though. Although they too soon last round, but I won't deny this.
Or reason why I think I do know why he put up these Xaviers is because I mentioned this many times before. It's not just about the weekly ranking here. You have to remember about the bonus point. The teams that didn't make it, example, the Xaviers last week, they got in 15, 16, 17 sort of places. So how much they have for their bonus point is 3 to 4 points only maximum. So if they really want to grind it up, the teams that really want to push themselves, it's going to be the teams that didn't get themselves good placement last week by the end of the week, because they need to balance things out. If they got themselves a top 5 ending or even the first page, they got at least 10 points there. 10 points push up, add up to their first week performance. At least they still have a glimpse towards the grand final later.
Yeah, and Xavier is actually one of them, because last week they weren't super duper on the top. They were somewhere at the second half of the page. So if they want to really secure themselves into the grand finals, they need to do well this week. And so far, it's not bad. And because of that kind of motivation as well, that kind of pushed them up to one of the top spots at the moment. And if according to that sort of prediction for Xavier, I would vouch for it, because they have all at their side. So far, they're doing well. They have the reasons to go for it, and all it's down to Erangel if it happens.
We are back into Erangel, and it's gonna be a feisty one because we're down to 2 more games. Yeah, and Erangel will make a big difference for these guys. Like it or not, especially the teams down there. Box Gaming, we're talking about you, but the teams that are up there, they want to open the gap even further more. So this is their time to shine, and definitely they want to do how they did last week. So far, we haven't got that big of a gap yet, but I don't know by the end of today that might actually happen.
Yeah, we need to wait and see, right? Because last week, Box Gaming, they were just okay, and if this week they end up really down there, next week will be super hard for them, I can say that. But that also depends on how other teams perform based on the average of week 1 and week 2.
Yep. Especially the one that actually didn't perform on week 1. on the second page. Right now, week 2, still second page. Most of them, sad to say, aside from SLD and Ego Esports, the others of Vietnam team and Malaysian team not doing too well here. These Avians land themselves quite early on. We have ferry towards the northern side, favoring northern side, shooting range down to Nova Noye, the circle. Can we get us a Nostar military base for once? Nope.
Nope.
Never mind.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. Just like, okay, wait for it. Like, no. Okay. But anyway, this kind of circle, if you kind of think about it, like, it's also tough because of the river, and if the circle happens to be like, somewhere around the areas of Jasnaya Poyana, where there's like this sort of like this lake-ish sort of place, the playable area is less, and that will be really challenging. Plus, the terrain is not friendly as well. But speaking about not friendly, Rabis is ready for it.
Well, no helmet, no vest, who cares? As long as he can get himself a couple of eliminations, that's more than enough. Frank is flat, and Prong's in. Oh, not even a minute into the game, just 2 minutes, already down.
Oh, okay. Did they spawn out Gosu? I think they know. Oh, no, they know. And Gosu has nothing. Rabis with a shotgun. He can try to punch it. If he managed to punch Rabis, wait, he could win. He could win.
You got a shotgun? Are you kidding me?
Splat. Oh, it missed.
Are you guys kidding me? Outplayed by Gosu? Got nothing? Are you kidding? Rabis!
And he stole the vehicle. He stole the vehicle. Gosu stole the vehicle. Wait, not done yet. Wait. What's happening here? Okay, Gosu stole the vehicle. Run. Gosu, run. And he ran away.
And straight driving into the sunset. That's going to be Gosu's ending. I mean, like, that's going to be really frustrating for Rabis. He got the shotgun, and he got punched by Gosu. And they got the vehicle, and Gosu stole it away. But we're like, what kind of smooth criminal Gosu?
Wow. I am. It would have been cooler if we managed to knock down Rabis, but yeah. But you know what? If Rabis just like, okay, I allow you to knock me down through your punch, it's fine. But all his teammates are around, so he can kind of be the bait to secure the elimination point. But, you know, things just happen really fast, and I can totally understand that. But then again, there's a free vehicle to go to at the end of the day. So good job. That's really cool. That's nice. You don't see that every day.
Rabis, are you okay? Are you okay, Rabis? You got hit by a smooth criminal. Gosu, my God, Gosu.
I know, right? My goodness.
Oh my God, that was not supposed to end up that way for Rabis and the Xaviers. They definitely didn't see that one coming. That must be one of the highlights today.
You definitely don't see that all the time.
You never see that before.
Yeah.
There's no way you can lose a shotgun versus Fest. That was Fest.
At that range, and you lose your vehicle, it's like Gosu. It's like, I don't know, man. We're going to talk about that for the next 10 minutes. But Geek Fam Yoodo Alliance. Okay, Repo Boy, gun down. Hang on a second. So, who's on the other side? Oh, okay, so it's going to be Snipes all alone here. Spots out Repo Boy probably trying to make that rotation because they came in from Ruins. And what a nice knockdown there for Snipes. Going to be 1 point for Geek Fam. I don't see Yoodo Alliance able to pick up their IGL.
Too far, too clear for Snipes. There you go. Couple of shots down with the Scar L. Not even, he doesn't even break in any sweat for a side of Snipes to finish things off. But he just couldn't do it yet. It's too far. Now, waiting for him to bleed out. Hopefully the rest of teammates coming up from Yoodo Alliance can actually revive him there. I'm not sure if they got himself vehicles, enough smokes to actually just cover himself to revive. But I have a feeling Rebel Boy will die in vain there. That's going to be one of the first players out, except for SLD player. And I have a feeling that Rebel Boy, even though the IGL, will be one of the sacrifice in the early of the match.
Yeah, and that's a confirmation there. So his teammates didn't come to pick him up. A little bit too bad for Repo Boy. But 1 point in the back for Geek Fam, and that's going to be, well, it's not the first blood because it's splat, but it's going to be the second blood. So at least the Geek Fam, we can see that they're still having that sort of momentum coming into this game. Very, very confident to secure that elimination point. And, well, I guess that gives them 1 point up towards getting that #1 spot. If they can take it away from the Infinity, that'd be cool.
Yep. But don't forget, yes, I agree with you, Flirty Guy. that #1 spot taken by Captain Jack Sparrow of Newsy.
Yeah.
So Captain Jack Sparrow never dies. That's why they're #1 spot here. So back to the side of Infinity, they have very good insights when it comes approaching the game, approaching the fight, how to rotate. They always know how to calculate evenly every single match, constantly getting to know how many teams will be there when they try to locate themselves in a certain compound. That's crucial information coming up from their coaches, possibly. Because you can't be a player and try to coach at the same time. Too much work at one point. Rabies! Try another go now, Rabies. Don't fail us, Rabies. And don't fail us, Rabies. You get punched. Oh, this one, the highlight is just... Oh, Rabies. Gosu got stolen away. That was his vehicle.
Yeah, we just yeah, and this knock actually gave damage towards Gosu. but because he's protected by the vehicle and, well, not enough damage to knock it down, but we just had to see that highlight again. Are we going to see it again? Okay, no. Something else. Okay, fine.
That's just, you know what? That's the best content you can do for TikTok.
It is.
With a funny musical background.
I know, right? And a little bit of like speed up. Don't forget the hashtag be the one though.
Yeah, you might actually be in our spotlight. I have a feeling we might actually have that in a PUBG Mobile official TikTok as well. Bacon Time. Transition himself after 1-2-1 compound, hopping around just to loot himself. You know, the thing that I learned about playing Battle Royale is whenever you drop somewhere, there's always one person or one player of your team didn't get what he wants when it comes to the weapons or the accessories, extensions. There's always something lacking, so they need to compound hopping to make sure everything they're comfortable with.
But speaking about comfort now GIDS, we can see Booms is uncomfortable. Daybot is there to back him up. But looks like the Infinity, they're doing like what we saw them do before. Like if they see a target, like they would go like, okay, all out, try to chase them. Unless if they see that, okay, it's to their disadvantage, then they'll probably stop. But if they still have like, okay, that one person who has no covers, no one's there to back him up, the Infinity will chase them down to the ends of the world. But yeah, lucky for GIDS, at least they have backup and they're close to each other in this compound.
Now, a player will actually chase down commit if they see only like not enough team members surrounding the one player that they've been chasing down. But that's going to be a good sort of sense of game if the players know how to use it. Example, usually teams will chase down if they saw only one player because they do know they don't have full force of team waiting to back them up. But that might be the case if they're trying to set up a trap. It's going to be Stalber, Yasnaya, sort of a circle. Bacon Time and TEM Entertainment already got himself on the best spot. It's going to be a bit of a building there. Those coming out from southern part really saturated. And those coming out from the northern side, we do have Vampires, Boom, and maybe Geek Fam moving around that corner as well. Even got themselves an upgrade of airdrop. But they will meet up at the foot of the hill of Stalber towards Vampires and Boom.
Now, for some reason, whenever this kind of circle pops, right, it's rare to see someone like on top of Stalber. Like it's either they will be like at the middle of Stalber, or they will be somewhere down, or they will just like inside of Yasnaya. But not many people will play inside of Stalber. So perhaps that is what Boom is thinking. It's like, hey, theoretically, that's always the case. And we happen to be close with the top of Stalber, and if we can make there first, we could make that our fortress, especially if they get the luck of the circle towards the end. And that is exactly what Boom is doing at this moment. And by being on top of Stalber, again, if they have those 8x scopes, 6x scopes, it's easier for them to get information of where movement of other teams are going.
The big if there is the crucial point where we talk about do they have enough for that. But at the same time, you do have a team that try to take it as slow as possible, including 4 rivals. Some of them are playing the low grounds like they do want to avoid unnecessary fights, not wanting to, waste their resources too much in case things go really south. But we do have visitors, DBD, visit TEM Entertainment, Bavi, just cooking up the nade just now. And now he's hopping towards one building to the other, playing Ninja Games here. Bavi spotted out Echo and the rest of DBD. Mormon cooking up the nade, but we'll let that things go by for a bit because Buriram spotted out Infinity along the process.
Oh, knockdown from Mormon onto Echo. Beautiful nade there, but now focusing on the Tiger. Tiger almost getting off for himself, but Echo finished off by Baby, so there's going to be a casualty for the side of DBD. Nuzi looks like he's in trouble. 10% of health, but thanks to the sniper tower, he's safe for now, but Logan's going in.
Kangzo taking covers from the Dacia for bit. Now looking over
Logan.
Logan.
Ooh.
Couldn't handle two of them at the same time. Nuzi trying to wrap things around. Infinity Mela on the ground as well. Things not going great for Infinity. But Buriram is really strong with the CQC here. Trying to finish off straight away. But Nuzi just randomly tossing out Nate. Mela will finish off by the side of Name. And it's going to be bleeding out on the side of Logan. Still hoping to be savior. But it's just no space for Nuzi to take him back up his feet.
Oh, Buriram United, they know they have the advantage. They're going in. Nuzi is pretty much all alone. His other teammate is behind. Gatun is too far. Nuzi, hopefully with the smoke buys time for him to be able to pick up Logan. Okay, Buriram United, they're not advancing despite having the high ground because of the smoke. But now Logan has been saved and he needs to reset.
It was a pity. Kingzo just might have the perfect pick just now. But Logan managed to reset himself. Moody got shot from afar. Nuzi still trying to do plays here. Oh, Tiger really low. They let it pass by. Buriram still be chased by Nuzi. He's definitely not happy about this. He will commit to this. He's definitely want to go back for revenge. But BN United want to take part of this as well. It's not done and dusted for Infinity because they have one more war to go.
Oh, and indirectly, BN United kind of helped the Infinity by stopping from afar. And that kind of stopped Buriram United as well from moving forward towards Nuzi. So they kind of like, BN United won for this. But that was a good pickup there by Nuzi to pick up his teammate. And now at least they still maintain as a trio. Still not too bad as we go towards the next phase of the circle.
Now, lucky enough that part ways in a different sort of direction entirely for all the three teams. But the circle shifted again. It's going to be on top of Salva. Boom! Got himself the prime spot, the high grounds, the elevations. But they have to be careful coming up from behind from a steep of hills. Might be one more team coming up. It's going to be Buriram from that angle. Box and also the Xavier just came in from the south part coming up from Yasnaya. Still DBD. Now TEM Entertainment still taking a bit more time there. We have Yoodo Alliance kind of coming in the slowest if you compare the others. SLD and Alter Ego might have a bit of a skirmish. The moment they try to reach at the rim of a circle, the moment they reach there, will be gatekeepers, maybe 4 teams having a warfare on the left side of a circle.
Ooh, Geek Fam going straight up to the top of the high ground. But that's going to be interesting if they're going to shoot anyone from there. Let's see now as Schweppes still tries to get information on where Geek Fam is at. We can see Geek Fam currently on the top of that minimap, but they're not really like opening up to this area yet. So they're kind of playing this cautiously, still sticking as a 4. And that's kind of okay because some of the angles you can't really support each other. And they really want to clear out this area to make sure that it's safe enough for them to be there. On the other hand, Yoodo Alliance making that late rotation into the circle. This is kind of like their regular sort of type of rotation or gameplay. And we will normally see that if it's the 4th to 5th phase of circle, they are still outside, they will fight their way through, and that's where a lot of fights will happen for Yoodo Alliance.
Coming out north, they do know that not much team coming out northern side. So that was a wise decision made out by the side of Repo Boy, which already did that, but at the same time still giving a lot of information towards the rest of Yoodo Alliance. They might have to go through Alter Ego. There's like 2-3 teams coming from northern. If they compare it with the teams coming out from the south, we do have 13 teams down there, so might as well coming up from the northern side. You don't have that much contents anyway, and also not having that much problem to replenish your resources. But back to the side of Alter Ego, they spot out Yoodo Alliance, definitely on top of Stalbot already, and Palmbeat tried to get on top of this tower to have a better view with the high elevations for it.
Ooh, now Alter Ego is still a very big spread for them, very, very confident coming in from Alter Ego. You can see Renare is taking on the backside, and then the front, we have like the entire squad. So he has a lot of information. At least he knows that if anyone tries to backstab them. So that is going to be key towards their defense of that high ground. Now, what's going to be interesting is TEM Entertainment, DBD, just side by side, and they will be pressured by the blue. Obviously, there will not be as many first aids as like in Sanhok. So we can expect this fight to happen hard and fast.
The blue zone will burn a lot of them, especially in the case of DBD. Unless TEM Entertainment decided they want to part ways because it's not worth it and they need to get into the circle, because circle hot shift towards the left side where 4 rivals make it in. Alter Ego is there coming out. Yoodo Alliance is everywhere. They're coming out from the north, but SLD definitely caught them in the process of getting into the circle. Geek Fam waiting with a high ground advantage, try to gatekeep with Vampires coming up from the foot of a hill. We're talking about Bacon Time and also Boom get himself quite a good spot there.
Ooh, DBD, yeah, knockdown to Enzo Zip. Is that enough for an opening? Yeah, he does have a vehicle. He's a little bit open right now. He reveals himself. That's it. That's why he's going to play this nice and quiet. But Quan Chi coming in from the other side on the Yoodo Alliance. 2 of them have to back down. Counter fire on the Quan Chi. And he's still alive, but Nusa gets on the Dave on the long range. Beautiful spray coming from afar. This is an opening for Smap to move in.
Here comes the rush. Smap one out. Back. It's going to be 1-3-1. Gosa just arrived. Gosa is here. Adiko's really low. He can't actually just reset himself because his teammate just being taken down. It's going to be M4 once in the hands of Gosi. Spot ring from the ruggy. He spotted out. He didn't actually get the reset. No, not going to be enough. Yoodo Alliance knocking down to 2, and that's going to be the first one to be eliminated. Too soon for them this time.
What a shame. Yoodo Alliance, their rotation was pretty solid if you ask me. Nice position, but unfortunately they just had to lose to that long range shot from Quan Chi. That was the opening, and Smap going in to finish them off. It was a little bit of a shame, but now it's going to be tough for DBD as they're being gate capped by TEM Entertainment.
Building up bridge of smoke for Onza to climb up the hill. Make sure he will not be spotted out from the elevations of the teams up there, including Bacon Time. Alter Ego spotted out on the side of A-Pool. He's being, one more team eliminated with 0. It's going to be Infinity with nothing getting out from their hands this time. This is definitely TEM Entertainment advantage to open up the grab, but spotted out Fnatic. There comes the tap of Voki, but close enough, he can reset still for Alter Ego.
Well, for some reason, April needed himself, so not too sure what happened there. And it was at the moment where they're facing up against Alter Ego, so not the timing that you want to do a boo-boo. Alter Ego, good thing is that they didn't take advantage of that, so they're kind of okay still. Now, Box Gaming playing by the edge of the circle, managed to get knocked down to Armstar from Bacon Time. Box Gaming, they have the high ground advantage. It's just that there's another team on top of them. That's where they need to be careful. So gun down, just mentioned about it, and it happened.
Lucky they got distance quite long on between them, so they couldn't finish off straight away. They want to push in, but the problem is not going to be just one team they have to face against. TEM Entertainment, they want to go for the advancement towards the circle, making their entry, but the problem is Box Gaming is stopping them quite hard. Geek Fam, Mika just cooking up the nade with Yuhai coming up from the side Alliance as well, trying to help his mate here. Maybe fetching Mika and just going towards the other side. Yep, it's time Mika to move. But Buriram, they have a bit of a problem. They do have vehicles. I'm not sure if they can make it in, but Mika shot down by Vampires, who's waiting on the other side of the hill.
Oh, Vampire, they're playing the gatekeeping role, but the bad news is that they're on the lower ground. Geek Fam, unfortunately, needs to pick up Mika, and now Stone tries, and Stone, second time around, but Stone will be shot down from behind. It's going to be sniped, taking down Stone from Vampires. Flukev is still alive together with Rainbow Claw. Flukev could probably take out Stone, and while being covered by his teammates, the nade from the other side, Shrep tries to counter Nace, he snipes and guns him down.
Yuhai now have to make the play for the entire team. Slowly Vampires choking down the side of Geek Fam, cooking up the nade. It's going to be less than 10 meters between them. Shrap's tossing out one, tried to go for the flank start, reposition himself in a different angle. Yuhai got clipped quite a bit, left with only 30% HP. Here comes another one pushing up for Shrap. Shredded almost his helmet, but alongside with Ravenclaw, they can easily clean things up.
Ooh, there
finally,
you go.
Geek Fam coming up from the flank side,
There you go.
but he took a bit too late there, off angle here.
Damn
Finally here, but the moment he tried to reach in, bleeding out snipes, Yuhai as well. They might get finished off straight away.
Oh, Damroot is still alive because he's playing the support role, playing behind, but Mika is still alive as well. But only 2 left on the side of Geek Fam. Mika is going in for it. Damroot shoots from afar, takes down Schwabs, and he's not done yet, but Damroot now will be got down, fired upon. Mika taken out, and it's going to be the end for Geek Fam in this round.
Vampires winning this over, being the housekeeping team. Back to the side of SLD, they want to just disengage to a side of Alter Ego, but being forced to fight again as Alter Ego fire upon them. These Xavier's finished off quite early as well, even though we had quite a scuffle early on against Rabies with Gosu just now. Back to the side of Empire Fluke, finished off by the side of Playzone, where the circle ended up in no man's land. Only Bacon Times there. 4 rivals hugging a lot side of a circle, so they are taking a lot of dominance on the left side. Bacon time on just a tiny bit of the right side. Alter Ego coming full force on the northern part. Boom! Will actually be gatekept by the side of Alter Ego, SLD as well. While we're looking over, Boom is taking a fight against the team on the right side at the same time. So this is going to be a hindrance for them to actually make it through.
Wow, Renare, okay, managed to survive this. Of course, Alter Ego, they're still a full squad, but SLD only down to Gosu. Gosu getting into the circle, going straight into the middle. Where is he going to play? Looks like he's going to play somewhere in the middle. He has a vehicle to make a barricade, but now back onto GIDS and booms, almost shot down, 10% of health left, but it's going to be the Vampires out at 10 play 6 elimination points.
Alan wants to make a play, but you didn't have enough first eights right now. Have to be extra careful for Alan, but Alan's just so good at playing a third party. Full rivals taking on Alter Ego, Palm it down, Haxus as well. So it's going to be Alter Ego fighting against Boom, but the ones trying to butt into this business is going to be Full Rivals, stopping Alter Ego's movement. Appy, you're playing a very risky game. They're playing with fire. It's going to be Appy stopping down straight in the hands of Alter Ego. Potato spoil on Appy. This is what I mentioned. It's not worth it for the side of Appy or Full Rivals.
A little bit of a tunnel vision there for Appy, unfortunately, but TEM Entertainment is out as well. Number 9, 2 elimination points. Looks like our top 4 teams in this round is already out. SLD still in this, but the last man standing still. Yumi gets one on the potato. Looks like Indonesia versus Indonesia. Yumi now shooting on the April. Can't connect those shots, but it's going to be 5 elimination points for Boom. With that elimination, they're currently dominating this round.
With 8 teams to go, 3 teams with 1 player left. April here, still have 4 men for Full Rivals, but Bacon time breathing down their neck. Alter Ego spotted out booming within the smoke. It's just so hot for them to actually have the exact location of the players, but it's going to be surrounded by a set of Boom. Alter Ego, left, right, center. They can't go anywhere. It's going to be ended up with a splat. Alter Ego bowing out. We're down to 7 with 2 eliminations in their hands. That's still okay for them.
Oh, check out the other side. Boss Gaming putting pressure on the 4 rivals with break. Almost getting one for himself. Ghost to still managed to secure 2 elimination points while he was alone in the circle. He's playing by the edge of it at this moment. Racy still has a high ground advantage. Boom, and they are still in this with a full squad.
Bansu playing around the slopes of hill. Quite slippery. Got 1 SLD for SOAS. Now this is where Box Gaming really desperate enough to get this one. They need to push their ranks here the last few days. Break taken down by the side of Pimburu. Full Rivals. 1 man only for Pimburu. No problem. He can try to do his best here, but there's going to be a bit of problem. It's Boom taking the advantage. He got the circles. He got the high grounds. Everything is in the condition of Boom right now.
Oh, but yet again, that challenge might be Boss Gaming, might be Bacon time. Let's see how it goes as GIDS only has 1 man standing. Trismay with the long range out to the other side. They do not have the circle. And I do agree, Boom right now, they are in a good position to secure this chicken dinner. They just need to stop Bacon time from coming in.
Oh, they definitely got the elevations there with a clear view coming up from GDJDS who left with Allen as usual. But Bacon time, they can actually make the play if they want to. They're taking a Boom on the other side. We are split into 2 for Boom side. It's going to be a 2-2 formation to deal with 2 teams coming up on the southern part or even trying to climb up here in the northern, sorry. Back to us, GDJDS. Allen will be the backstabbers for all the teams down there. So Allen will be the wonder kid here.
Ooh.
Allen spotted out.
Wait.
He swapped over. Lucky enough, he got enough time, but Ice will finish off the job, and that's going to be the end of Allen.
He couldn't secure the elimination point, unfortunately. He managed to get a knockdown, but that's about it. No points still for him in this round. But now Bacon time, they need to reset quickly as Boom has the high ground. If they know exactly what's happening, they could take advantage of it. Boss Gaming is on the other side. Based on this count circle, everyone is in it. We will see where the next circle goes, and that will determine their chicken dinner with Boom having the advantage still.
Now Box trying to spot on Bacon time. They try to take the fight, the one that's closest to them, which is going to be Bacon time on the right side. But Boom, the one that's winning. They are untouchable right now. They're quite in the high ground. They are just having the elevations advantage. They can see everything that's going outside, taken down by X-Stars. Now this is really hard for the side of Box and also Bacon. They need to work things out. Do they have enough smoke to climb up here? If they don't, this is going to be a huge problem for them.
Box Gaming, they probably need to deal with their neighbors first before focusing on the Boom. Because even if they go up, they show themselves. Bacon time can shoot Box from the other side. So they probably need to deal with Bacon time first. But that's going to be a tough one because it's going to be 3 more seconds before the zone closes in. There's not enough time. Boom can just wait there, wait for them to come towards them at the high ground. this is pretty much it for both teams. It's going to be super tough for them to counter onto Boom.
He's pushing forward, being the frontline entry fragger here. Force a fight towards the sort of Chrisman. Chrisman will exploit that body, but Boom, the one actually taking the advantage. They got himself a third party, greatest view that is. But lucky they got himself a bit of a smoke in between. Trisman quite struggling to just fighting against the side of... Oh,
whoa,
DBS!
DBS.
Getting one, almost getting two. A bit of a trade, 1-2-1 there. That's
Thoas,
coming with Noah. Getting on three.
Thoas,
Maybe not. Due to trading to two. Now this is the moment where Boom, Button, finish off Noise. That's the last member of Bacon Time. Slither of health. And that's one nade to finish off everything.
Oh, and look at this at the same time. Boom is not going to sit still. They are starting to move, and Bensu is still alive in the middle. Bensu shoots that one. It's going to be Okta going down to Bensu. Bit of a help left. Boom starts to go in, but Okta gets two. Looks like Bensu gets two, and it's going to be Boom still. Nothing can stop their reign in this round. It's going to be super hard. But because Boom, they actively moved towards the end as well. They took advantage of the fight between the two teams, and that's how they secured the chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, what a nice game just now. Definitely it was really tough for the other two teams. You're talking about Bacon Time and also one more team, and then definitely Boom, they got themselves in the conditions where everything's on their side because they got a circle, they got elevation, they got enough resources to work around. So there's nothing else can go wrong for the side of Boom in the point line. But we got quite interesting few highlights way early on. So I'm loving this match so far.
Yeah, Boom, I mean, they got a circle, they had a high ground, they got a full squad. Like, everything is like on their side. Even like that final circle, it was still on their side. Like, it's hard for them to drop the ball unless even if we want to think about it, like, what if like a newsy happened, right? Even like, looking at the position of the other two teams, it's like no one's like going in for the flanks. Not that they can because of how the terrain is. It's super duper hard to. You'll be super exposed if you try to go in for the flanks. But the point is that no one went in for the flank. Hence, Boom had a lot of room to play with, and for them to drop that chicken dinner, it is hard because there's no one to counter them.
Yep. But so many teams are fighting way into the blue zone just now. Hence, they're being forced to do so because they will not give away the other team to escape themselves. But still, nevertheless, it was really a tough time for most of the teams that's not on top of this hill. Definitely Box Gaming actually one of the teams that actually have a bit of a good vintage point, but it's just the timing to rotate is a bit too late there. They got themselves quite in the pressure of the blue zone. It's definitely one of the teams that got himself in the last few circles an advantage. I mean, like, Alan really plays a good part in this.
Yeah.
It's just the moment he swapped over to that towards that weapon as the magazines ran out of the spray. Just really unfortunate timing.
Yeah, if not, he would have gotten at least one extra elimination. But yeah, it is what it is at the other day. But Bensu managed to survive to a second place finish. I thought that was brilliant as well. He stood calmly inside the smoke in the middle, let everything happen, and then he stands up to shoot and tries to secure those elimination points for himself. But that's besides the point. The main point is that he managed to survive up to a second place finish when everything is happening around him, including his teammates being eliminated. So yeah, gotta give it to Bensu as well for Box Gaming.
True. And congratulations for the teams that really make it a huge of a leap when it comes to overall rankings. So we're talking especially when it comes to Box. So they're really in the dire need of the points. Since they are at the bottom of every bottom. They got nothing else to lose, and this is going to be the final match later on. And second last one definitely gives them a bit of a leap here. 9 eliminations with 24 total points coming from Boom. Nobody getting themselves a double digit. But definitely the only team going empty-handed is going to be Infinity this time.
A couple of hot rounds, and then this round, it had to be the boo-boo. It had to be like the 0 elimination. And they went up against Buriram United that time. I was kind of surprised as well. I thought that, yes, their aggressive gameplay is normally how they do it, and that's totally fine. They're very confident. But somehow when they opened left and right, they tried to get that elimination. I believe it was over Kingzo, but they failed despite opening left and right. I mean, it was just really, really unfortunate for them. I guess that moment was like Kingzo was like just superb at some point.
But this is a good start, having, even though they are at the bottom for Box Gaming, they still have enough spirit and also very passionate to get themselves still in the MVP this round. 4 eliminations, 600 over damage is quite high when it comes to damage dished out this time. Doesn't tally up for the 4 eliminations. Should have like around 6 or 7, but still good enough. The longest elimination, 73 points. I think that's the one that he got himself with the grenade. But when it comes to the points this week, it's really close. Like everybody within the reach. We're talking about up to maybe 10th place. Can still try to run for number 1 spot in the last minute tomorrow, especially. 165, 2 points shy away from Infinity, who didn't gain any points just now. Definitely, I'm surprised how TEM didn't try to stretch up the gap as well, because it's just 2 points different.
Yeah, I know, right? Only 2 points. If it was last week, right, like today, like right now, like we would have seen like FaZe Clan is like what, 30, 40 points ahead. Like they have like 2 games at least in hand for other teams to catch up. But now it's like only 2 points difference. When it comes to number 3, even like let's say the difference is like what, 16 points. It's also not too bad, right? Like one game could still change it all. And then we go down to Geek Fam, go down to GIDS. Like everyone still has a shot at that number 1 spot. This week is way more tighter than last week.
That's true. And you guys watching at home, since I'm also reading out the chat at the same time to see your inputs, do you have any predictions of all the four teams that might get relegated, didn't make it for the grand finals? Because I want to know from your thoughts. So who do you think the 4 teams that might be not able to join us in the grand finals? But coming up for the recap here, we do know that the circle was really unusual. As always, I'm loving the new patch here because it's just so hard to read things out. But for the side of Bacon Time, well, it's not really that far from them, but the one is actually quite furthest away is going to be Box. But Box, I'm loving how they rotate this time. They're playing a bit more safe here, but still secure quite a number of elimination this time.
Yeah, just look at their positioning here. I just want to highlight that Boom went up to Stalber very, very early on, and they parked themselves. Before the circle, they were like at the foothill of Stalber, and then they're like, okay, the theory is that on top of Stalber, not many teams, we happen to be close by, let's just go straight all the way up. And that's how they played from the top of Stalber, and the moment the circle just moves down, they just need to like follow through, and it's easier to like from the top going down. You have the advantage of high ground against other enemies, and that's how they got themselves into that final circle, and the rest is history with the chicken dinner.
I want to comment on the sort of Boom rotation timing. They do know just now they're quite not in the center of the circle, but they're not taking things recklessly. They're not rushing into the safe zone as fast as they can, because they do know that they got themselves quite a high ground if you compare with the others when they're fighting against Alter Ego. They're still not inside of it, so they do know who to take down first and try to just slowly get into the center of the circle, not rushing things too much. They're really calm in taking the fights there. But the side of Box Gaming, well, they survived really long. I mean, like, that's quite a number of journey they have to go through just to get there in the first place. They were the furthest away from the circle, but still managed to survive. But before that, we also have to thank our sponsors here, none other than our official smartphone partner, Realme, with the world's fastest growing smartphone brand. This introduces its latest chipset, which is going to be the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and dedicated display chipset, promising you seamless gaming experience, especially playing PUBG Mobile. And also thank you so much to our official livestream partner TikTok. Don't forget to hashtag #BeTheOne, because we still have the challenge going on. Don't forget to follow all the contents of PUBG Mobile for its pages: PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile official page for the Philippines as well. If you guys happen to be wanting to have a late supper later, don't forget to use the 50% off GrabFood promo code, which is going to be PUBGM, all in capital letters, especially new users. This is for you, because Grab, for our official food delivery partner, thank you so much for this code, because you guys can get 50% off for your supper. That's quite a lot, by the way.
Yeah, and we're going to take a little bit of a break, not too long, but still enough for you to play the Nusa map. So we'll see you after this break for the final round.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GTDO3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back after the short break. This is the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with a wonderful Choo Choo, we'll be bringing you the action today. But our official smartphone partner brought us the action as well throughout this league. And that is Realme with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and also a dedicated display chipset. Don't forget our official livestream partners on TikTok, hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge. Don't forget to follow as well our official PUBG Mobile pages. That is PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you so much to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. Get yourselves 50% off GrabFood order with the promo code PUBGM. Only for new users, terms and conditions apply. And the final game after this looks like it's a decent round today for some of the teams on page number 2, especially from last week. Boom. And now Box Gaming getting themselves the chicken dinner as well. What an amazing round it was.
I was wishing it was Alan at first for GIDS or even Bensu. You saw how the smooth escape coming up from Bensu just now. But there's going to be a head-to-head between these two players, Soaz and Booms. You know what? If you ask me personally, these two players have very similar sort of gameplay. When it comes to tossing out the nade, reaching out towards their teammates, try to revive, and also when it comes to... Oh, I did mention about reviving. Here comes Boom with the most rescues. If you compare it with Noise, I'm not sure how much of a difference is it, but they do have the same numbers here with 3. And Razy coming out with also 1 rescue. So not many players love to play rescues there.
Yeah, I know, right? Everyone just want to go in for the frags for themselves. But the next and the final round for today, it will be Group B, C, D, and E. So Group A will be taking a break. We will not be seeing the Xavier, 4 rivals, Buriram United and TEM Entertainment this round. But we'll be seeing B, C, D, and E as we approach the final round. So because majority or 2 of the Thai teams are inside Group A, so that means this time we'll have the minimal amount, which is 4 in this matchup.
Yep, it's going to be, well, 4 of Thai, still quite a number of it. But I'm loving how every single group is, except for Group A, have all different flags flying. But you know what, I'm just going to update you guys since you guys asked about who will get into PMGC, okay? I do read the chat, thank you guys, so I can get you the information that you need. For those that actually already qualify for PMGC League, it's going to be Bigatron and Evolves, and then Infinity and Bacon from Ties, Geek Fam, and also 4 rivals from Malaysia, Xaviers and Box Gaming coming out from the side of Vietnam. But before we talk more about this, we're gonna head over the usual, which is gonna be Nusa. I mean, like, it's not gonna be an official tournament, Nusa, but it's gonna be a fun one for you to just, you know, having a 5-minute breaks, or if you have extra time during your lunch, you just want to finish off 1 map of game, it's gonna be Nusa map.
So I played a bit of Nusa, and what I realized is that if you want to finish the game in 5 minutes, you have to play super aggressive. You have to like go around, really find someone to win that game, and then you get that chicken dinner. But if you play like a regular, maybe you play it slow, or you play it like somewhere in between, you don't go all out too aggressive, the game goes up to about 8 minutes. Yeah, so that's the average timing. So you kind of know like, okay, you want to take a break somewhere, maybe it's today or maybe in days to come, and you're like, okay, I got like 5 to 8 minutes to kill, or you got 10 minutes to kill. Nusa is the perfect map for you to do that. And when you play in the Nusa map, don't forget to experience the new tactical crossbow as well. With this crossbow, you can create the zip line to go from A to B, and that puts you in a very interesting position to farm eliminations.
And also, what does the Fox say? It's going to be saying Clairvoyant Fox set here with Midas Fortune set as well, available for you guys with the RPM 15 already available right now. Every single season with different battle royale pass. So definitely you want yourself this time. And also the double ultimate set of Spectre Swan and Cosmic Inquisitor set. A lot of very good set recently for cosmetics.
I know, right? Like through this announcement, we already got like 4. Imagine if like the Bobo Boy X-PUBG Mobile collaboration comes out. We don't know how many else would be available, right? But what we do know that's available right now is your last chance to get into PMNC 2022, and this is through the PMCC. This is the second qualifier, and it's also the final way to qualify onto the PMCC stage later on. A 40,800 ringgit prize pool up for grabs, and don't forget to also check out the new cars in the game.
I'm loving this. This feels like a bit of futuristic slash maybe feels like a bit of a track, the right side of a sports car. I'm not sure what brand it is. Not sure quite how many horsepower or what kind of cylinders it actually have, but it's definitely really fancy for you guys. Now back to us at PMGC. Those are actually the one that qualified for the league already. So for the this time for coming up from PMPL Southeast Asia, it's going to be 5 more slots for this time. So our prediction this time, who will be for both of us, is going to be Alter Ego for me, Infinity on the other end. So I'm not sure about what to say anymore.
Let's see. How did these even do the previous round? Okay, not that far. Not that far. It's not like the top 5 or anything. So I'm kind of worried now for like, okay, the predictions of other people. So we could have put it out there. We didn't redo the prediction for someone else. The Infinity, however, was a good pick. But for... well, they went out early the last round, so it's still not impossible. But for them to do the boo-boo again, second time in a row, it's a little bit unlikely for the Infinity.
But for me, Alter Ego really have a good... I mean, like, I do know why. They have the definite spot when it comes to PMGC in the finals, but they don't have a spot in the league. So they really need to fight themselves into the league to get themselves that spot. So they definitely want to grind as much as they want here. Because, you know what, yeah, being in the grand final is already great. They definitely got themselves there for Alter Ego, but they haven't got themselves a slot for the league for PMGC. Because you gain so much experience that you cannot buy when it comes to a 3 weeks league. It just enhances your skills as a player.
Yeah, it's experience, it's also your exposure, and you can kind of like use that as some sort of like a training ground. Plus, you will be going up against the best teams in the world, and that's the experience that you can't get back. Like, even if you play a scrim, it's going to be a different feel, and you play in the PMGC, so tournament is a different feel. But Erangel, not going to be a different feel. Let's go.
Are you guys ready for our last map of the day of Saturday, day number 4, week number 2? Things are getting really spicy right now, as a lot of teams really desperate to get themselves in the last final push of week 2 for their bonus point. So Northstar military base fight path up to shooting range, really balanced out a bit more to its left side just slightly, but it's enough for the player to drop wherever they fancy. Now this might be a generous circle we're talking about later.
Yeah, maybe. I would want it to be a tough circle, of course, as always, but let's see how it goes. But so far at the southern side, no really big changes. BN United still dropping to Novo. We have Sonoska military base. Alter Ego will be there, which is your prediction, by the way. And if the circle is like way up, then Alter Ego might need to travel a little bit more. But if it's down south, then they have a big advantage, of course. Or even better, if they get a military base circle, that's going to be a perfect scenario for them. Other than that, I don't think there will be much challenges, considering that the fly pop is kind of nice. But next is what's going to be important is going to be the circle. Just waiting for that to happen, and we can start to talk about some of the more deeper predictions.
But for Sonos community base feels like it's never going to happen. Back to as well, mentioned about very generous circle. We might looking over Gatka again for the Gatka fields. We're looking over maybe Bacon Time will be one of the teams that actually move downwards later, and even they want to get themselves in the high grounds. I feel like their second checkpoint later will be one of the Gatka mountains, just to scout things out and gain information, which is not wrong. They got themselves one of the highest ground to just see how many teams coming up from every different direction.
Okay, so this kind of circle on the left. So far, there is like it also includes like the Gatka mountain. So we might expect that FaZe Clan might be there as one of their checkpoints. That's not too bad as well. But what's bad is for Octa to go down and out to harm from Sem9. First blood, 2 minutes 16 seconds. Still not the fastest.
Well, Sem9, good start. I'm not sure where are the rest of the boom though. Seems like they're nowhere nearby. Some teams still play a 1-1-1-1 formation. If you want to know what's a 1-1-1-1 formation, it's going to be separating of each of the player, getting a different angle entirely, and then try to gain as much information as possible just to know how many teams coming up from certain directions and so on, and then just trying to get and navigate themselves in a better position where they can see all the entry points of all the other teams coming up from that direction. They know by their informants earlier. But back towards the SEM9 side here. They have a really, really rough start week 1. Same goes for week 2. We did actually drop the prediction for the players or the teams that won't make it. Some of you actually mentioned SEM9 might actually be relegated. Now we got a bit of a glimpse of what really happened here.
Okay, it almost became 2 or 3, but Octa became the victim, and looks like Boom will need to play the entire round as a trio. It's a little bit unfortunate that they just got the chicken dinner. You would expect that, okay, you have a little bit of a momentum, but they had to start this round as a trio. And the unfortunate thing is that he didn't really had a chance to fight back. Like they got a vehicle, they were chased out by SEM9. SEM9 happened to have a weapon, and that's where they can shoot from afar. And with that knock, the rest was history for Octa.
Yep, one of the best players from Yummy who really can clutch 1v4, 1v3 at certain situation. But you guys watching at home, I do know some of you said some regions have so much potential, but they don't have sponsor. This is where you start to getting yourself sponsor. Join in the PMCC, you might be in the PMNC. From the PMNC, your pathway is going to be to PMPL. That's one of the way that you can get yourself in the pro scene and might just get a sponsor along the way. And also, that's going to be the PMPL 2023 if you qualify yourself into it. And also, don't forget, you have to be 16 years old. That's going to be the legal age, the minimum legal age to join in PUBG Mobile Tournament. And as long as you're in any school, any institution, you can team up from different institution with your friends, or even the same one if you want to get into the PMCC.
Yeah, so it's flexible there. So don't really need to think that, oh, they have to come from the same school or the same university or the same college. You guys can, as long as you fit the criteria, 16 years old and above, and you're still studying, so that's absolutely fine for you to sign up for that. And it's going to be the last chance, in fact. The first qualifier is done. This is going to be the second qualifier, so don't miss out on
It's funny, though, if they say, you're not in the same class with us, so you can't be in our team. Now, that's funny. we don't want to be friends with you. We don't want to sit with you. You're not cool enough.
Yeah, especially like if you're in a school that has like classes that are rivals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that happens.
I would love that one if they can make it into sports day for different classes to actually have their own PUBG team.
Oh yeah, that would be super fun.
That would be really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you will see like people like, because they're in the same school, you get to like really interact like an offline. Make sure you can set that up. You can see all the emotions happening. That's the best part about having players together in one place.
Yep. And also, it builds such a bond. We gamers, we have a bond that nobody else have. A bond with players that share the common language of game. Even though we speak different languages, but we play the same language of game. And that's how you learn a lot of different languages anyways, right? You don't really learn English or Thai or Vietnamese in your textbook. It's always game is the best teacher when it comes to languages, even the cussing. But back to us the game we go. We do have GIDS separated between themselves just to gain information. And as always, Alan is the one that just always survived the last. Same goes for BN United Capone, but then they're playing right now. But I'm loving how BNU is just really better than last week.
Yeah, BN United, very, very different from last week. Although it's still not their best, they can do better. Somewhere in the, just after the half. But it's okay, it's okay. As long as they have improvement, they show a hockey stick sort of theory of improvement, so that's kind of okay. There's still room for them to go up because they need to still collect those points because their position currently in the overall, I believe that it's still like they need to fight their way to get into the grand finals. It's not like they're really, really through, just like how Infinity is or how FaZe Clan is. These are some of the teams that we'll definitely see them next. It's just a matter of how far will they start in the grand finals. But for BN United, they're still fighting for their slot in the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's going to answer what Joy Boy actually said. What happened if the teams actually qualified, the 5 teams qualified after the SEA South Asia Championship? Well, they qualified for PMGC League. There's a league, there's also the grand final. This format is going to be almost similar to this right now. So those that actually got themselves slots here can actually get into the PMGC League, which is going to be a really high, the highest level there is for the players. What they've been practicing their blood, sweat and tears for is to reach there. And right now, are they willing to give everything up because of how hot South Champions already is? Or are they willing to push themselves even further? We're talking about the team that have a spot to be relegated when it comes to getting into the finals later for South Asia. Only top 16 will qualify there. So how much they want, how desperate these teams want to push, it depends on their willpower, honestly. Infinity, well, they already got themselves a slot, so they're not too worried about that. And that's also reflect that they're not having too much pressure, but you know what? They still perform at #1 spot, regardless.
And speaking about people who watch our cast, right? So I got a shout out to Zilcast. I believe he's watching right now because you know why? Because he has been clipping our cast.
Thank you, brother.
You probably saw it, right? So
Yeah.
Zilcast, I saw your new clip today. We talk about Nagaland and you shared about the Hornbill Festival. I heard about that. Hopefully be able to see it for ourselves this one day. And shout out to you, Zilcast. Great job. Thank you so much. We won't be here without the support of you guys. So thank you so much.
And also thank you, Cloud. You're always making a lot of reels for your contents. And if you guys don't know, you want to see a funny party, you can just hop over to Cloud's Instagram. Or you do have it on TikTok too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Official streaming partner, which is going to be TikTok. Just follow Cloud MY, if I'm not mistaken.
And
Is
you
it
get to see the latest one. Do you like that one?
better than the banana part.
We won't spoil it for you guys. If you want to find out, you can head over to Choo Choo Socials as well. It's also there in your Instagram.
Oh, but wait, Yoodo Alliance so they look caught in the middle of everything else. Trying to look over. Is it going to be Addict Look be finished off better than before this? Yoodo Alliance lost the Ripple Boy early. Is it the same sort of a scenario here again? Is it going to be deja vu for side of Yoodo Alliance, losing one man and then they just have to rotate? Try to challenge him. It's going to be Sem 9. But I'm not sure if they want to commit here. It's quite an open field, by the way.
Oh, Harm is on the other side. So Sem 9 without their fourth player, they're not going to be like, okay, we're not going to go because, yeah, numbers not on their side, naturally. So they might focus on to the rotation, plus it's still the second phase of the circle. You still have a lot of place to play. Hence, you can go to prime positions that you feel that you want to play in. You might as well do that now rather than trying to take out teams who are in the position that you don't really want anyway.
Okay, Joe Boy, really have a lot of questions. What if the top 5 teams right now already qualified? So, example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are already teams that qualified. They will take down onto its 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 placement then. Whoever's not getting themselves the qualified spot, they will be taking next to it. So, I hope that answer your question for Joy Boy. And hopefully you can actually now understand how important it is for the teams right now. Geek Fam Infinity got themselves all ready for this lot, and GIDS, they don't. And the teams that actually not playing in this one, Alter Ego is they actually play. The one that actually really dying to get this slot is going to be Alter Ego. I'm not even kidding. Infinity, on the other hand, don't have that much when it comes to utilities, when it comes to grenades, but still enough to survive. Nuzi with Mini 14 spotted Alter Ego is quite spread out right now. Oh, Renori, he doesn't have a clue.
Yeah, interestingly, Nuzi is alone at the lighthouse by the edge of the circle. And again, this is the thing that the Infinity does, right? They find themselves a good spot. They spread out real wide, especially if you still have a lot of space to play with. Second phase, third phase, maybe in the fourth phase circle. And that's how they show dominance around the area. Just look at their shots. Like, they're shooting as if like their entire squad. And even Mela is going in for the flanks. That's how confident they are. And with that flank match getting knocked down to Renare.
Almost got Tony just now for the side of Alter Ego. But definitely one knockdown, making themselves try to push straight away for Infinity. They're not letting Alter Ego go away, and they're clawing them out really strong enough and tightly, not going to leave them by. But I'm loving how Mela and Logan just going to alternate and reorganize themselves in a better position. Fnatic in a dire need of help, but Fnatic knocked down on Mela. Really close enough. Logan couldn't spot him. He just got it right away. But Nuzi still spot him out from afar. Oh, this is going to be just a perfect one for Infinity to flush in here. But at the same time, we do have Ego Esports fighting Sem 9, which was eyeing out towards Yoodo Alliance just now. But Infinity, well, they can get a bit of a reset here.
Oh, I really like the positioning there for the Infinity. Like the backup, it's like next level. The moment they shoot, okay, the guy gets slow, goes up to the second floor, Nuzi shoots through the window and gets a knockdown. Perfect perfect combination or perfect tactical movement there by the Infinity. Now they need to deal with Palmbase who's on the other side. The circle happened to move away from them. It could probably go on to Gatka this time. And the fight needs to end quickly. 30 more seconds on the clock. And then whoa, we saw that Palmbase. We saw that.
A bit off angle.
Oh, wait.
A bit off angle. And that didn't expect to go that way. For got shot down straight on the side of Newsy. While we're looking over Infinity, we do have a visitor across the bridge here, which is going to be BN United. If they try to be the third party right now, it will be the perfect timing for them. But Silence will be sprayed by the side of Infinity. There goes, what a nice tracking coming up from Logan. Will shot down on Silence.
Ooh, close. Oh!
Logan.
Perfect coming from Logan, and now Max is down as well. Capone together with Zunos tries to get away. Godtuni tries onto Capone, and Capone gets away. But there's Zunos, still Zunos has to abandon shit, and Zunos 50% health still stuck on the outside of the zone.
Infinity at the same time have to build this plays with Alter Ego still breathing behind their backs. We talk about BN United knows for the fact they couldn't go through that way as Infinity still might shut them down along the process. They lost 2 members, heavy casualty on the side of Junos and Capone. But BN United, they need to get into the circle. Now how far they are at, quite far as we speak. They're still on the guard car field, but those actually got themselves inside here. Quite saturated. FaZe Clan try to get in the center with Vampires and also SLD in between. Geek Fam again got themselves airdrop if they want to go and take it.
Potato still stuck on the outside. Not too sure if he has a vehicle. I have a hunch that even if there are vehicles that they are either punctured or being blown up by the Infinity, that will leave Potato kind of stranded. And if he doesn't get a vehicle, with this kind of circle, he could go down to the zone.
Unless he got like, what, 31st 8s? I'm not surprised at all. Here comes Miller, another spray. What a nice dragon from these guys. Before this it was Newsy, and now it's Miller. It's just how well they can control their barrel and finish off Zunos with a splat. And it's going to be Infinity just working so well as a team. They're just playing tag team all the way.
I know, right? Just look at how they're coordinating themselves. But for the Eagles, on the other hand, they have Yoodo Alliance to deal with. Olio is going in for the flanks. Chua needs to be careful as Olio, luckily he has the smoked up, but then again Olio still managed to flank onto Chua. Chua goes down. Namshin is going to be the last one standing in this area.
Oh, 7-9 taking a fight against Ego Esports where Yoodo Alliance. Olio is so crucial. You can see the back line of Ego Esports. He needs to take down the one at the back line there. But Olio will actually try to cook up Nate. Toss over to Namshin right in the middle of a smoke there. It's quite too far off. Adik Luke is trying to just toss another one. He got one down. Chua on the ground. Namshin tried to save whatever they can salvage. But they can't anymore. As Adik Luke spraying over, he's just going to build this one. He couldn't save his mate. There's going to be one loss for Eagle Esports.
Oh, Namshin managed to get away. Lucky enough for him. But the bad news is that FaZe Clan now has the high ground against Namshin. Namshin can still reset, that's okay. If only FaZe Clan know there's only one person down there, they could have finished him off. But then again, the rest of the Eagles are flying in to give Namshin back up. FaZe Clan still has the high ground, knows exactly what's happening down there.
Tony K. He always got eliminated early on 2 games in a row now, 2 rounds in a row. Hopefully this time works well for him. He definitely will want to go for FMVP race. Chuangji taking on Allen. Daybot tried to trade 1-2-1 between them. Booms finish off Chuang straight away. It's going to be Tony taking advantage on the other end. And Smap being just rushed by the side of the GIDS. Booms coming in with the rest of Cavalry. But we do have one more team. Infinity now being the housekeeping team. Taking what a nice timing of advantage.
Oh, the Infinity might take over this area. GIDS knows that something's wrong. Tries to get away, but Daybot behind. Oh no, this is going to be bad for Daybot. But Daybot counter-fires upon the Infinity. He managed to get one for himself. With the help that Mela's going to come from the other side, and Daybot will be gunned down.
Romero taking on Boom at the same time, different grounds entirely of the map. Infinity, on the other hand, just winning this one big time. Tony K taking on Eagle, still Boom. Kind of being cornered now. NFT tried to push in with Boy Chill, tried to push with a vehicle. Vafel taking out flank, but he's been outflanked by the side of Exos. Really close enough. Romero's taken down by Hexas again, but it's going to be double down for Boom. NFT drone and also Boy Chill finish off from the flank. It's going to be the end of one more team. Boom eliminated by NFT.
Yeah, and it was Ade Luke having to shoot from afar, taking out Hexas, and that is it for Boom at number 15. FaZe Clan Now on to Yoodo Alliance. Looks like the domino effect is happening right now. Shamil goes down to Snipes from Geek Fam. Yoodo Alliance surrounded by 2 teams at least, but there's more coming in.
True. Booms tried to hide himself. The last member, same goes for Capone. And now Boom spotted out by Capone is going to be the team with 1 player only, 1v1. Swap over the FPP mode just now on the side of Boom, but Capone keep on tossing and giving us such pressure to the side of Booms. Hopefully he's still got enough utilities for him to run away from here later on. But Booms open up smoke, just going to build this one and go for an exit out. Same goes for Capone. He knows that it's not going to be worth it. It's still too early. 40 teams still there. But Boom's still having a go against Capone. And it's going to be the team with only 1 player left fighting each other out. Both of them will actually lose this one, honestly.
Yeah, it's really, really tough at this moment, considering that other teams as well is getting closer and closer. So, need to be super careful. Just look at this. What angle are you going to hide yourself in? Booms now in trouble. Capone spots him up, but behind he has another team onto him, and Booms finally goes out. Capone is the one to secure that elimination point, and that is it for GIDS.
Oh, Capone winning it for a bit. Got himself at least 1 elimination point. Not too bad. But also, GIDS, before they went down, they still got to secure themselves a 5 elimination points. It's still fair enough for them, as well as SLD. So whoever goes down next, we might not have any team that ended up with a 0 point this time. Namshin Ego Esports, he's so well at hiding himself right in the center of it. We do have Geek Fam just looted themselves in an airdrop, coming in very clear pathway. Those coming up from the south, only 2 teams, Infinity versus Box, who's moving very fast right now, while Capone tried to gatekeep the other way. Vampires coming in towards FaZe Clan, possibly, with DBD also coming out from the same angle. Only 1 to come out from the north. I think NFT might actually have a shot if they're not attracting way too much attention. Yoodo Alliance taking on SEM9 at the same time.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, SEM9 won a little fight onto Yoodo Alliance. It's just that now they need to reset. They're still on the outside of the circle. The circle moves towards the left. Shamil is starting to move in towards his left. There's someone, but towards the right there's one as well. The fire coming in for Shamil. That's connect. He doesn't take it down just yet. Second try around. Shamil is still in this. Shamil, no one shoots on the account by the good angle as Deb gets into the building to reset himself, but now they lose. Gun down by Putra.
He whiffed it for Shamil just now. It was a clear sight. It was the 1 moment golden opportunity.
Shamil.
But Shamil he might just clutch it. Shamil, 1 player or not. He took down the entirety of SEM9 here, leaving only 1 player left for SEM9. They get a bit of a revive. Putra really low at the timing, but NFT is just going to be right across them. How can they get out from SEM9?
Oh, NFT heard whatever that's happening. They could butt in. They got to be careful right now. All these teams are still on the outside, but on the left side, we have the Infinity against Geek Fam. Got 2 being gunned down by Mika. There's 1 left from the Infinity. We have Mela down at the low ground. It's going to be 1v3. Can he pull off a clutch in the nade from Mela? That's connect on the U-High. Jump down to 50% help, but we have Logan giving cover fire from afar.
Oh, he needs to support fire to the side of Mela. And Mela, 1 nade to go for the entry point now. He needs to get the angle right against Geek Fam. Tossing it out. And 1 more Molotov, and that's it. They can just go for the rush. But Logan is closing up by the blue zone. At the same time, Logan needs to forward himself. But the thing is, there's so many teams right in front of him. He couldn't just easily get out from here. U-High spotted out Logan. And then the support for Infinity being spotted out. He's really low. He got himself smoked. I'm not sure he's going to survive or not, but Tony gets to get on DBD. What happened to Logan?
Logan is still alive somehow. Looks like Logan is still in this at this moment. U-High couldn't finish him off. Geek Fam, they are starting to lose Mika. But now the fire coming in for U-High. Finally got it onto Logan. Logan is currently down. And now the Infinity is still down to the last man standing. The Infinity, can they hold on for more positioning points? But Mela is out.
Oh, U-High making sure the rest is going to be history for the side of Infinity. The first one of the first few to actually get out. We're down to 9 teams here. FaZe, on the other hand, is dominating with 6 elimination points, the highest in the overall scoreboard right now. Tony K spotted out Noise. Oh, last take off health there. Tony K managed to just evade last minute of that grenade, but at the same time, Noise got himself a bit of a spot to get himself just tiny bit reset.
Oh, and Namshin is still in the middle of the circle. Such an advantage for him to climb up positioning points. And now FaZe Clan, Tony K is still the high ground against Bacon. Time to spray coming in for Shirley. Gets a knockdown to MR5. Beautiful from afar. Like it gets knocked down by Shirley as well. 2 knockdowns back to back from a single spray.
Oh, FaZe 2 down. FaZe down. No, FaZe eliminated with that sort of a rampage run just now. placing themselves at 9, but still, what a number of eliminations that feed out 7 of them. But we're looking over to the other teams. Bacon Time spotted out box. Sam9 split it into 2 different entirely angle. Putra really close off being crushed by the blue zone. He needs to push forward. We do have Potato in between, but he's cooking up the nade. He heard the footsteps of Harm, who's just less than 50 meters away. Putra spotted NFT, but at the same time, where would they go? They're not in the circle yet.
They're not in the circle yet, exactly. That is the point. Now they're moving forward. Potato is still there. Potato 1v2, but Putra easily takes him down. That's it for Alter Ego in this round. No elimination points for them. Now Harm with a long range shot onto Geek Fam. Geek Fam will be pressured. They're still playing by the edge of the circle. Someone is still on the outside. Putra is putting pressure onto them as well, but they need to be careful. On top of them, there's another team waiting.
Boychill heard footsteps of Harm, who less than 10 meters away. Spotted out. Putra can steal this away. Oh, Boychill, he got a perfect view.
Oh no!
Why did you whip in the last minute? That's so crucial. But Dron now trying to make a bit of a covers for the rest of the team. So as moving forward, everybody eyes on Geek Fam. And now Harm taking on you, Harm. Now what a time, but so is the one winning.
Oh, so is the one with the long range onto Harm, but the nade, where did it come from? It was from Flukim. Everyone, it is a cat world at this moment. Flukim is still there. Break spots him out. Break with 5% of health left is still alive somehow. That is it for the Vampires.
Oh, lucky enough, he got himself Death Box just next to it to replenish his resources. Drone and FT, the last player there is. This is the only player also for Ego Esports. I'm not sure where's the last player. I think that's Namshin. Yes, he got himself Compound. But how much can he just be there? Because he's in the center. The circle just favors him. I'm not sure if that's good news because there are going to be 2 teams rushing straight into his lair.
The circle moves towards the road. Oh my goodness, such an open position now. Boss Gaming need to face up against Bacon Time on the left. Shirley stands up, tries to find out where Boss Gaming is at, but can't seem to find a good angle, but he knows exactly where they are. The name will be tossed up on the other side onto Armstyle. Shirley almost got down. Luckily, he's still alive.
Boss Gaming down to 3 only. Bacon Time also having a 3. And Armstyle looking at very aggressive. Bacon Time did not hesitate at all to make a move. Now Box the one who's waiting too long here to make an entrance or whatsoever. Break just chugging down all the boosters. He needs to push forward. He needs to save his mate there. He's left alone, which is going to be so well. Who was our last MVP previously. Geek Fam still at the foot of a hill. Drawn, spotted out on Box Gaming. So this is just almost impossible for Box Gaming. They're just being circled all around. Attracted too much attention. Break. Now cooking up the nade. Side of Geek Fam. Oh no! He saved that nade toss just now.
He didn't manage to toss it out, and Drawn kind of saved Geek Fam. And now Mika shoots onto the other side. One spray gets 2 from Bacon Time. Bacon Time falling apart. Mika secured the elimination point. It's going to be 5 for Geek Fam.
Mika spotted out. Nice. He wants to spray so bad, but it's not going to be enough. Bacon Time lost to 1 man. Shirty the last man. 1v1 versus Dabra. Oh! He just finished off Geek Fam. We're down to 1v1 here. 2 teams mono to mono. Mexican style.
And Namshin survived for the longest time. Can you imagine this? Namshin went straight into the middle, got the lock on the circle. That's going to be 1v1. Namshin and Shirty. Namshin tosses out there on the side of Shirty. Shirty pretty much has nowhere to go. Namshin has still cover from his building, but Shirty tries to fight it through.
Shirty, how can he move forward here? Namshin being very sneaky about this, making sure the smokes will cover him for a bit more. He does have 2 or 3 grenades for each of the player. Almost similar amounts of Molotov, but definitely Shirty have more. But at the same time, he's not really favored by the blue zone. He needs to push forward, but which way? The moment he leaves his buggy, he doesn't have anything to barricade himself from. On side of Namshin, he still have the terrain and the ground, so we'll support him with the grass just tiny bit. Also have structure of trees in between, so he's definitely got himself in a better spot compared to Shirty. But Shirty, if he used wisely the last few minutes of elevation, he can spot out Namshin. But the thing is, can he reach a bit tiny up there? At the same time, the blue closing in.
The bad news is that Shirty doesn't have the circle. The blue will put pressure on Shirty. He'll be forced to move first. Namshin will spot him out, and this is likely to be a chicken dinner for Namshin. And can you imagine this? If it's a chicken dinner for Namshin, he survived for the longest time solo until this moment. This could be the hero for Ego Esports.
Oh, this is what the Namshin we've known for the longest time throughout the PMPL South Asia League. He's sure to take the high grounds. He takes the steps here. He wants to go for it. He tries to spot out because the blue were closing in. But here comes the nade. He go for the flank. He go to reposition himself different angle. Try to push forward. Shirty waiting to just shoot it out. It's all about reflect and respawns there. They toss a couple of nades, couple of molotovs. They keep on going. But Shirty so low. He's fallen out. He tries to take it down. But Shirty is all down to the reflex game of a player. What a respawn from Shirty, evading all the nades, evading all the molotov, just to get that chicken dinner bacon time has been waiting for.
And he didn't have the circle, he didn't have anything on his side, it was open road for him. Now she had the area to cover, he had the geographical advantage against him as well. But then again, Namshin couldn't do it, and it was Shirty. My goodness, Shirty, definitely the MVP for this round. Not only for this, but also those eliminations from the early stages of this round. My goodness, what a play that was. This was the best ending, one of the best ending today.
Just almost everybody's game at the last point just now. It was down to 1v1. All the players, all the teams have only one player remaining. And what a really interesting match we had, with the terrain making it so hard for the players to just have a bit of barricade. We saw every single time who doesn't have the compound just not gonna survive long enough. At the same time, the last few circles ended up in an open area like this. Yes, he got the high ground just now, in that case Bacon. Shirty tried to get himself a high ground, but it's just a bit of a curve on the terrain, making it so hard for him to actually spot the side of the other team, which is going to be really hard for him to finish things off. But it was really a really rough ending.
Man, I thought if Namshin, he focused on just firing rather than trying to throw those nades, because the moment he tried to throw those nades, he pulled it out. That kind of gave a gap for Shirty to get closer and closer. If only he focused on just firing on the Shirty, he could probably have given himself a better chance of getting that chicken dinner. But he just chose to throw his utilities instead. That gave Shirty the opportunity to get close, and when he gets close in a good range, that's where Shirty finishes up the job.
Yeah, and at the moment that Shirty didn't hesitate to push forward. Namshin, yes, he got the Molotov and also the grenade, but it takes time. 7 seconds max to actually cooking up the nade there. Definitely gives more than enough time for Shirty to push forward. If he's trying to focus on the nades, because Shirty is trying to think about what is the enemy's team thinking about right now. Try to toss a couple of utilities to actually make the play, because it's just too risky to charge forward, just like how he did. He actually outthink the player of Eagle Esports, but still, what a nice ending there. Coming up, Eagle Esports didn't land any eliminations just now.
Yeah, because Namshin survived solo for majority of the round, and he just went straight into the circle, not giving a care about everyone else, because he can't, right? But he got the luck of the circle as well, so that's why he could survive up to a second place finish, but no elimination points. That's still okay for a team that almost got eliminated early on, so that's kind of fine. But at least in this round, everyone else goes home with some point in hand.
Now Shirty with 9 eliminations won the highest by today. Even the damage not that much, but I have to say he got himself the perfect view every time the housekeeping team needs one person to do that. He's there. The longest elimination, this is a rare sight, 200 over. We always got a double digit these days, with 53 contribution points percent. That's quite a number. It means he actually revived a lot for his teammates as well. Shirty, we do know how well he could throw the barrels. He barely whiffed it, but this time he worked wonders as well. But Tony K, he survived longer than the usual ones.
Yeah, he had a couple of rounds where he went out early, so I think that would affect his top MVP status, but we'll check that out later on. Newsy is still at the forefront, 84 eliminations. Tony K 81, not too far away, 3 eliminations difference. And then you have Shirty coming in again. It is still the trend of all ties on this top eliminator page. Even if you swap in Shirty for someone from Vampires, it is still from Thailand anyway. So it just shows that their firepower is still consistent enough to be up there.
Yeah, here comes our season MVP race. So we do have different faces this time. Tony K, well, still the same player for the first, second place. Nusa Mela placing himself through, but look at the gap, 2.2 and 1.6. Just 1 point, 0.1 different between the first, second place, but it's quite a gap between the second and third there. Shrap's also still vampires, but I'm loving the fact that SLD Gosu managed to squeeze in here with a smooth criminal moment. He's definitely one of the team that one of the players that can outplay all the Thai teams too.
Yeah, I know, right? He's a superb run in the early of the day. That was crazy coming from Gosu. Especially the one where he stole the vehicle.
That's the
That was his
best
biggest
highlight. That's the best today.
That was crazy. But finally, the Infinity overtakes everyone else to get that top spot. Now they are at their throne again. FaZe Clan number 7. But for other than that, let's see. Thailand still majority of them on page 1. Buriram United Vampire on page 2. One more day to go to join them back up to maybe put in a 1-2-6 again for Thailand.
I mean, like, tomorrow's going to change. Definitely. I'm not surprised if Buriram Vampire got really crazy, especially Vampire. They're really good at going all out strong in the last day. Remember last week, they were quiet in the first 3 or 4 days. And when it comes to the last day, they just, it's really scary. But on the side of Indonesian teams, some of them are doing okay for the middle bracket this day, except for the Malaysians, really at the bottom of it today.
I know, right? Only Geek Fam is number 3. And if you gotta think about it as well, Geek Fam, they still have a chance to go up to that number 1 spot. So teams like the Infinity, TEM Entertainment, they are not safe yet. They're thrown up there, can still be taken away. So they need to maintain consistency. But of course, we'll also like to see teams on page 2 doing well as well tomorrow. But we might want to hear from some of the teams as well. Let's head on to the interview.
Assalamualaikum, Yuhai. I'm loving the hair, by the way. Okay, Yuhai. Hey, how are you feeling right now? Okay. He's okay. He's okay.
How am I feeling right now at the moment?
Yeah.
I feel like very what? I feel very happy hearing the sound of a bird. Apa lagi? Itu je lah, happy je lah.
He's happy. Yeah. Basically, he's happy. Okay, and my first question is going to be, you are the only Malaysian teams on the first page. You're also one of the top teams right now. And all the Malaysian teams on the second page, even the bottom. And last week, your team's very different. What happened? Apa yang jadi? Apa beza sangat korang minggu lepas dengan minggu ni? Apa rahsia dia? Dia cakap pelik
Rahsia dia, actually for the first week, we try our best already with our gameplay, but things just not working out. And the second week, we try to do a new thing. We commit more. We change our perspective and how to play. We quite change a bit for week 2, and we see the result at the moment is just fine And tomorrow maybe we will try harder to get number 1, to get the 20-point bonus point.
Right. We haven't seen Sonics play this season. So when will we see him, or will we see him? Any comment on that?
When we Sonic will play, maybe soon, because at the moment we just stick with our main lineup, because last week Sonics come in, replace Dumbroot because of Dumbroot is not feeling very good. That's why Sonics play. And now we all 4 of us, the main lineup is all good already, so we just stick with it.
So, Yuhai, what do you have to say for your supporters down there, and also the Team Malaysians down there? What do you have to say to motivate them, and also thank your supporters too?
To all the fans and the supporter, thank you for supporting me and my team. And
Motivation.
Bagi apa?
Motivation to Malaysia. Yang lain kat bawah tu.
jadi motivation lah. Kalau korang luar sana nak jadi pro player, mentality kena betul lah. Kena tahu apa yang korang nak, goals korang. And thank you so much Geek Fam sebab bagi kita opportunity ni. And thank you juga Tencent and bagi banyak sangat. Okay, thank you lah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yuhai. I love your hair, by the way. But good luck, all the best, Geek Fam tomorrow. 20 points. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, he's like, oh, I have to be motivated now after we did so much trash talk before.
I know, right? You know, it feels like someone is like at the side of him, is like telling him like, okay, answer this.
Yeah, he's like, he's a PR person.
Yeah, like his manager is there to like, don't answer wrong, okay? We talked about this before.
As I said, don't say weird stuff there. But still, they are aiming for the 20 points by the end of the week, which is going to be tomorrow, last day. Honestly speaking, do you think they have a shot there?
Yeah, mathematically they definitely have a shot, and looking at their performance, they're definitely on the roll for it. Let's see what happens tomorrow. 4 more games to go before we'll see where they end up. Of course, 5 games in total tomorrow. But there's a little bit of a recap from the previous round. Geek Fam is playing the Nomad role. Just because of Xavier isn't playing here, they took the drop into Pachinki. Of course, maximum good loot inside of there, and they started to move out.
At the same time, we saw how the circle just, ended up onto Car field, which is quite open. And whoever actually coming up from the northern side really have a huge advantage. Just slight elevation, that sort of terrain. So they got quite a number of eliminations while they're transitioning themselves into the circle. And this is where it's all about compound fights here, because it's an open field of an outskirts of Garkha. You know how open it is. Like if you're not getting yourself a compound, at least get some haystack or structures in between. And the slope of view here is really tough for Side Infinity. They have to climb up. And remember, if you climb up, there's so many eyes watching, especially where Ego Esports Namshin compound is. Lucky enough, they don't have the full force of Ego Esports. If they actually do, whoever just climb up the hill, they can shoot it down straight away. Ramones will rush into Namshin. That's really just a tough decision to make. But for Geek Fam, I'm surprised how they managed to squeeze into like an open field, getting into the street and cut across it and climb up while Bacon Time waiting. Bacon Time, they got a bit of that slightly edge of a circle, but at the same time, the last few circles not really on the high ground anyway. But Shirty just now, he tried to climb up to see Namshin, but it's a bit sloping, so it's just almost impossible for him to land. Unless, I'm surprised he didn't try to toss nades first for Shirty.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he has any though.
He got more than the side of Namshin.
Okay, maybe he was focusing on like, I want to try and get closer and closer.
Yeah.
Like if you look at what Namshin did, he focused on the nades instead, and then that allowed him to come near. That was like the counter, right?
Yeah, I feel like he's reading the mind of Namshin. Like, if I'm in his state right now, I don't want people to get close to me. So he's probably going to cooking up the nade. I'm going to do the reverse of it.
Yeah.
That's really out of the box for him.
Yeah, that is really out of the box. But what else is out of the box are these phones here. This is, of course, our official smartphone partner. That is Realme, coming together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and also a dedicated display chipset. And thank you to our official livestream partner TikTok as well. Hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge. Don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, as well as PUBG Mobile Official PH. And not to mention as well, our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. 50% off GrabFood order, promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. And that will be all from us today, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. And don't forget to love our tape. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye!